Welcome, young wizard, to a tale woven through centuries of magic, pride, and ultimate transformation. Tonight, we journey through the complete chronicle of the Black family, from their ancient origins in medieval darkness to their final redemption in modern light. As you settle into your cozy chamber, let these words carry you through generations of witches and wizards whose choices shaped the very foundations of magical Britain. Close your eyes and drift into this tapestry of blood and betrayal, love and loss, where every name tells a story and every generation paid prices that echoed through time itself. In the mist-shrouded valleys of ancient Britain, where Roman legions had never dared to tread and Saxon kings spoke in hushed whispers of things that moved in darkness, there lived a people whose very blood carried the weight of primordial magic. Long before Hogwarts rose from Scottish stone, before the Ministry of Magic claimed authority over the wizarding world, before the Statute of Secrecy separated magical folk from their muggle neighbours, the ancestors of the Black family walked paths that wound through shadows deeper than any mortal night. The earliest records of their lineage disappear into the fog of prehistory, written in languages that have been forgotten for 1,000 years, and preserved in grimoires whose pages turn to ash when touched by unworthy hands. But the stories that survived speak of a clan that understood power in its most fundamental form, not the political authority that comes from wealth or position, but the raw magical force that flows through the earth itself, the kind of power that shapes reality according to will alone. These ancient Blacks were not yet the pure-blood supremacists they would become, for in those early centuries the very concept of blood purity was meaningless when all humanity lived in ignorance of magic's true nature. They were simply the strong preying upon the weak, the gifted using their abilities to carve out territories and dynasties that would endure long after their creators had returned to the earth that had given them birth. The family's first true seat of power was established in what would later become the Yorkshire Dales, a fortress built not from stone but from magic itself, walls that existed in dimensions that normal eyes could not perceive. Here, the early Blacks gathered artifacts and knowledge that other magical families could only dream of possessing, creating a treasury of dark wisdom that would fuel their ambitions for centuries to come. The motto that would define their character, toujours pur, always pure, was not originally about blood but about magical practice. They believed in purity of purpose, the idea that magic should be used without restraint or moral consideration by those strong enough to wield it effectively. This philosophy attracted others who shared their hunger for power, unrestricted by conventional limitations, building networks of alliance and obligation that extended throughout the magical communities of medieval Europe. But purity of purpose gradually transformed into something more sinister as the centuries passed and the family's power grew beyond all reasonable bounds. What began as practical philosophy about magical application evolved into rigid ideology about magical breeding, the belief that power was not just hereditary but sacred, that those born with strong magic had not just the right, but the obligation to rule over those whose gifts were weaker or absent entirely. The establishment of their London residence came during the reign of Henry VIII, when magical folk found it advantageous to maintain homes close to centres of Muggle political power. 12 Grimmauld Place was chosen not for its convenience or comfort, but for its connection to ley lines that channeled ancient magic through the heart of the growing city, making it a nexus of power that amplified the family's natural abilities while providing security that no normal fortress could match. The house itself became a reflection of the family's character, beautiful on the surface, but hiding darkness in every shadow, protected by magic that would kill intruders, but also poison inhabitants who lived too long within its walls. Generations of Blacks added their own touches to its defences and decorations, creating a home that was also monument to their accumulated power and pride. The family tree tapestry that would become infamous in later years was first woven during this period, a magical record that would track their descendants while literally burning away those who betrayed their values. The traditions that would define Black family culture for centuries took root during these formative years. The practice of naming children after constellations spoke to their belief that they were destined for greatness written in the stars themselves. The emphasis on Slytherin house placement at Hogwarts reflected their understanding that ambition and cunning were the virtues that built lasting dynasties. Most importantly, the systematic disownment of family members who chose love over loyalty established the cruel precedent that would ultimately destroy them. Their involvement in the founding of Hogwarts was both significant and carefully concealed from later historical records. Several early Blacks served on the school's original board of governors, using their influence to ensure that magical education would emphasize the supremacy of pure-blood families, while marginalizing those of mixed or Muggle heritage. Their donations funded entire wings of the castle, but always with conditions that advanced their own agenda rather than the broader good of magical education. The dark arts collection that the family accumulated during these centuries became legendary among those who understood such things, though its existence was known only to the most trusted family members and their closest allies. Grimoires written in blood by wizards whose names had been erased from history, artifacts created through rituals that required human sacrifice, objects whose very presence corrupted everything around them. The Blacks gathered these treasures not for their monetary value, but for the power they represented and the fear they could inspire in enemies. But perhaps their greatest innovation was the development of magical contracts that bound other families to their service through debts that could never be fully repaid. These weren't simple loans or business arrangements, but soul-deep obligations that passed from generation to generation, creating a network of subsidiary families whose loyalty was absolute because their freedom depended entirely on Black family approval. The web of obligation and control they created extended throughout pure-blood society, making them puppeteers whose strings moved dancers who didn't even realize they were performing. The family's library during this period became a repository of knowledge that rivaled anything in the wizarding world, containing not just books but memories preserved in crystal, prophecies bound in silver chains, and maps of magical territories that existed in spaces between reality and dream. Access to this knowledge was restricted to family members who had proven their worthiness through trials that tested not just magical ability, but commitment to the family's supremacist ideology. The marriage contracts they negotiated during these centuries were masterpieces of magical law that ensured their bloodline would remain pure while extending their influence through strategic alliances with other powerful families. Each union was planned generations in advance, with detailed genealogical research ensuring that beneficial traits would be preserved while dangerous weaknesses were bred out of subsequent generations. Love was irrelevant to these arrangements, though affection sometimes developed between spouses who understood their duty to family advancement. The house elf slavery that would become central to their domestic arrangements was formalized during this period, with magical bonds that went far beyond normal servitude to create absolute ownership of another being's soul and will. The elves who served the Blacks weren't just employees but property, their very existence dedicated to advancing family interests without regard for their own welfare or desires. The cruelty that Elidora would later perfect had its roots in these early traditions of treating thinking beings as disposable resources. The magical protections they wove around their properties and persons during these centuries were so comprehensive that they approached the level of divine blessing, creating sanctuaries where the family could exist in safety while planning operations that would advance their power and influence. But these protections came with their own costs, gradually isolating the Blacks from normal human contact and making them dependent on magical solutions to problems that might have been better solved through human connection and understanding. Their political influence during the medieval period was exercised through careful manipulation rather than direct action, understanding that power was most effective when its sources remained hidden from those it controlled. They funded wars that weakened their enemies, sponsored legislation that advanced their interests, and eliminated obstacles through methods that left no traces connecting events to their involvement. The reputation they built during this time was for respectability and civic responsibility, while their actual activities remained concealed behind layers of misdirection and magical concealment. The transformation from medieval power brokers to modern pure-blood supremacists was gradual but inexorable, shaped by centuries of believing that their magical superiority gave them the right to determine the fate of those less gifted. What began as practical philosophy about effective leadership evolved into religious conviction about their inherent worth and destiny. By the time Hogwarts was fully established and the modern wizarding world began to take shape, the Blacks had positioned themselves as natural aristocrats, whose authority derived not from political appointment, but from magical birthright that couldn't be challenged or removed. The seeds of their eventual destruction were planted during these same centuries, as their emphasis on blood, purity, and family loyalty created rigidity that would make adaptation impossible when circumstances demanded change. The very traits that made them powerful, pride, conviction, unwillingness to compromise, would ultimately become weaknesses that their enemies could exploit. But in the medieval darkness where their power was first forged, such vulnerabilities seemed impossible when their magic was supreme, and their will was law throughout the territories they claimed as their own. The artifacts and traditions they established during this foundational period would echo through every subsequent generation, creating patterns of behavior and belief that even the most rebellious family members would struggle to escape entirely. The house at Grimmauld Place, the family motto embroidered in silver thread, the constellation names that marked their children as belonging to something larger than ordinary human concerns. All of these elements combined to create an identity so strong that it could survive even the complete moral transformation that later generations would attempt. As the medieval period gave way to more modern times, the Black family stood at the pinnacle of their power and influence. Masters of magic that transcended normal human understanding, architects of systems that would shape wizarding society for centuries to come. They had achieved everything their ancestors had dreamed of and more, creating a legacy that seemed destined to endure forever. But time and change were already working against them, preparing challenges that their medieval preparations had never anticipated and could never overcome. The foundation they had built was solid as bedrock, but bedrock could be worn away by water given sufficient time and patience. The forces that would ultimately humble their pride were already moving through the world, though they would not reveal themselves for centuries yet to come. For now, the Blacks ruled from shadows that they had shaped to serve their will, confident in their supremacy and certain of their destiny. The long fall that would end with Sirius III's death in the Department of Mysteries was still generations away, but its first steps were being taken in the very successes that seemed to prove their invincibility. The dawn of the 19th century found the Black family poised at the height of their accumulated power. Their ancient fortress in Yorkshire, surrounded by magical protections that had been refined through generations of careful application, and their London residence at Grimmauld Place, serving as headquarters for influence that extended throughout the highest circles of wizarding society. It was into this world of privilege and expectation that the first recorded Sirius Black was born on a winter morning when snow fell like silver coins, and the very air seemed to shimmer with magical potential that promised greatness for the child who would carry forward such a noble name. The year 1845 marked more than just another birth in a family that had produced powerful wizards for centuries beyond counting. Young Sirius represented hope for continuation of bloodline that had been carefully preserved through strategic marriages and magical enhancement, a living symbol of everything his ancestors had worked to achieve through their dedication to purity and power. His cradle was surrounded by artifacts that had belonged to dark wizards whose names were whispered in fear throughout magical Europe, protective charms that had been woven by masters whose techniques died with them, and family heirlooms whose value could not be measured in mere gold or gems. From his earliest days, it was clear that this Sirius possessed magical ability that exceeded even the ambitious expectations of his pure blood heritage. His accidental magic manifested not in random outbursts, like most magical children, but in precise demonstrations of will imposed upon reality, as if he understood instinctively that magic was meant to serve those strong enough to command it. Toys arranged themselves according to his preferences without conscious direction. Lights dimmed or brightened based on his emotional state. Even the house elves who tended to his needs found themselves moving in patterns that suggested unconscious magical compulsion from a child who was barely old enough to speak his own name. His parents, Phineas Nigellus Black and Ursula Flint, watched their firstborn's development with mixture of pride and careful planning that reflected their understanding of how exceptional gifts could be shaped into lasting power. They commissioned the finest magical tutors that money could purchase, scholars whose knowledge of ancient arts had been preserved through family traditions that extended back to the founding of magical civilization itself. Young Sirius learned to read using texts that would have driven adult wizards mad with their concentration of forbidden knowledge, absorbed lessons about magical theory that weren't taught at Hogwarts until 7th year, if they were taught at all. But the education that shaped his early years extended far beyond formal instruction in magical arts and pure blood ideology. The Black family home was itself a university of practical power, filled with portraits of ancestors who had shaped wizarding history through their willingness to use any method necessary to achieve their goals. These painted figures weren't mere decorations but active participants in young Sirius's education, sharing stories of battles fought and enemies conquered, of magical innovations that had advanced the family's influence, of the prices that greatness demanded from those bold enough to pay them. The library where young Sirius spent countless hours was a treasure house of knowledge that other families had spent centuries trying to acquire or destroy. Ancient grimoires bound in leather that had once been human skin contained spells that could reshape reality according to the caster's will. Genealogical records traced magical bloodlines back to their sources in primordial forces that existed before the separation of magical and mundane worlds. Most precious of all were the personal journals of family members who had achieved greatness through their understanding that moral limitations were obstacles to be overcome rather than principles to be respected. His magical development accelerated under this intensive education, displaying abilities that would have been remarkable in an adult wizard and were absolutely unprecedented in a child of his age. By his 5th birthday, he could cast spells that required complex wand movements and incantations that most Hogwarts students struggled to master. His understanding of magical theory exceeded that of many qualified wizards, while his practical demonstrations suggested an intuitive grasp of forces that others could only study intellectually. But perhaps most impressive was his absorption of the family's fundamental philosophy about the nature of magical society and the responsibilities that came with superior breeding and education. Young Sirius understood that his bloodline carried obligations as well as privileges, that the power he had inherited was meant to be used in service of maintaining the natural order that placed pure-blood wizards at the pinnacle of magical hierarchy. He spoke with casual authority about the inferiority of Muggle-born wizards and the necessity of maintaining strict separation between magical and non-magical worlds. The social circle in which he moved during these formative years consisted entirely of children from similar families, young purebloods whose education and expectations mirrored his own. They played games that would have horrified ordinary children, but seemed natural to those raised with understanding that power was meant to be exercised rather than restrained. Their competitions involved demonstrations of magical ability that pushed the boundaries of what underage wizards were supposed to attempt, while their conversations revealed political sophistication that suggested they were being groomed for leadership roles in wizarding society. The magical artifacts that surrounded young Sirius during his childhood were not toys, but instruments of education, each one chosen to teach specific lessons about the nature of power and its proper application. A mirror that showed the viewer's deepest desires taught him about the importance of controlling emotion and maintaining focus on long-term goals. A chess set whose pieces moved according to strategic considerations rather than simple commands developed his understanding of complex planning and patient execution. Most significantly, a collection of dark detectors inherited from ancestors who had hunted their enemies with systematic thoroughness showed him how magical tools could extend human capabilities beyond their natural limitations. But the most formative influence on his character came from his father, Phineas Nigellus Black, whose own education and accomplishments provided a model of how pure-blood superiority could be translated into concrete achievement and lasting influence. Phineas was not content to simply inherit the family's accumulated power, but was actively working to expand it through his own innovations and strategic thinking. His approach to magical research combined traditional Black family methods with insights gained through his extensive education and natural brilliance. The relationship between father and son during these early years was characterized by mutual respect and shared understanding that transcended normal familial bonds to approach something like military alliance between commanding officer and promising recruit. Phineas recognized in his firstborn son the potential to achieve greatness that would surpass even his own considerable accomplishments, while young Sirius absorbed his father's lessons with the hunger of someone who understood that knowledge was the foundation upon which all other forms of power were built. Their evening conversations, conducted in the library while firelight danced across ancient tomes and magical instruments hummed with barely contained energy, covered subjects that would have fascinated adult scholars and terrified ordinary citizens. They discussed the theoretical foundations of dark magic, not as forbidden knowledge, but as essential understanding for anyone who wanted to shape magical society according to rational principles. They analyzed the genealogical connections between pure-blood families, not from academic curiosity, but from strategic necessity for anyone who intended to influence the complex web of obligation and alliance that determined political outcomes in their world. The magical education that young Sirius received during these years was comprehensive in ways that Hogwarts' curriculum could never match, covering not just approved spells and standard magical theory, but the forbidden arts that gave their practitioners advantages over those restricted to conventional magic. He learned to brew potions that could influence minds and hearts with subtlety that made Imperious Curse seem crude by comparison. He mastered transfiguration techniques that could alter reality at fundamental levels rather than simply changing superficial appearance. Most importantly, he began to understand the principles behind dark magic creation, the process by which new spells and curses could be developed through combination of theoretical knowledge and practical experimentation. But the lessons that would prove most significant for his family's future were those that dealt with the psychological aspects of maintaining power over extended periods. Young Sirius learned that authority derived not just from magical ability, but from the perception of invincibility that came from never showing weakness or uncertainty. He absorbed techniques for reading human nature and exploiting the desires and fears that motivated people who lacked the strength to control their own destinies. Most crucially, he internalized the understanding that mercy was weakness when extended to enemies who would interpret compassion as opportunity for revenge. The magical devices that became his personal collection during these childhood years were not the crude instruments that lesser families might provide their children, but sophisticated tools that had been crafted by masters whose techniques had died with them. A sneakoscope that could detect hostile intent before it crystallized into action taught him about the importance of anticipating threats that existed only in potential. A collection of mirrors that revealed the true nature of anyone who looked into them showed him how to see through deception and disguise. Most remarkably, a family heirloom known as the purity glass could identify the exact magical heritage of anyone whose reflection it captured, revealing bloodline corruption that might have been concealed through genealogical fraud or magical enhancement. The social events that marked his early childhood were education in themselves, carefully orchestrated gatherings where young Sirius could observe the complex dynamics that governed pure-blood society while learning to navigate political currents that could advance or destroy families depending on their skill in reading unspoken rules and hidden motivations. These weren't simple parties but strategic exercises where children learned lessons that would serve them throughout their lives as leaders and influencers in magical society. The tutors who guided his education were carefully selected not just for their knowledge, but for their commitment to the philosophical principles that defined Black family identity. They were scholars who had devoted their lives to understanding the theoretical foundations of magical supremacy, practitioners whose research had advanced the family's capability to influence events through applications of power that others couldn't match or counter. Their lessons covered subjects that weren't acknowledged to exist by mainstream magical education, techniques that pushed the boundaries of what individual wizards could achieve when freed from conventional moral and legal constraints. But the most important education came through observation of his father's activities, as Phineas Nigellus began his ascent toward the position that would define his legacy, the role of headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Young Sirius watched as his father maneuvered through political complexities that required understanding of human nature at its most calculating and ruthless, building coalitions and destroying opposition through methods that were perfectly legal but absolutely devastating to anyone who stood in his way. The appointment of Phineas Nigellus as Hogwarts headmaster represented triumph not just for him personally, but for the Black family's multi-generational strategy of influencing magical education to serve their broader goals. The position gave them unprecedented access to young minds from every significant magical family in Britain, opportunity to shape entire generations according to principles that would ensure pure blood supremacy for centuries to come. But it also exposed them to scrutiny and opposition that they hadn't faced while operating from the shadows of private influence. Young Sirius's pride in his father's achievement was matched by understanding that greatness required sacrifice, that those who sought to change the world must be prepared to pay prices that lesser souls would find unacceptable. He watched as his father's new responsibilities demanded increasing time away from family, leaving less opportunity for the personal instruction that had been such an important part of his early education. But he also began to understand that individual relationships were secondary to larger purposes, that family loyalty was demonstrated through service to goals that transcended personal comfort or satisfaction. The tragedy that would define young Sirius's brief life began with symptoms so subtle that even magical healing couldn't initially identify their source. He began experiencing moments of weakness that came without warning. periods when his remarkable magical control would falter for no apparent reason. The family's private healers, experts whose knowledge of magical medicine exceeded anything available through official channels, conducted examinations that revealed nothing obviously wrong, but suggested influences that operated below the threshold of normal detection. The investigation into his condition consumed resources that would have bankrupted lesser families, as the Blacks employed every method available to understand what was affecting their precious heir. Curse breakers who specialized in detecting malevolent magic found no evidence of external attack. Potion masters whose skill in toxicology was legendary could identify no trace of poison in his system. Even consultation with seers whose prophetic abilities were authenticated through centuries of accurate prediction revealed only shadows and uncertainty, visions too unclear to provide useful guidance. But as weeks turned to months, and young Sirius's condition continued to deteriorate despite every treatment that magical medicine could provide, a terrible possibility began to emerge. The symptoms he displayed were consistent with exposure to a particular type of dark magic that was designed to work slowly and subtly, attacking the victim's magical core rather than their physical body. This wasn't random illness, but deliberate assassination, carried out through methods so sophisticated that detection required knowledge that few wizards possessed. The realization that their son was being murdered through magical means that they couldn't counter or even identify filled his parents with rage that transcended normal human emotion to approach the level of cosmic force. Here was proof that enemies existed who could penetrate their most carefully constructed defenses, who possessed knowledge that rivaled their own, who were willing to target children to advance whatever agenda they served. The investigation that followed consumed every resource the family could bring to bear. But their enemies had planned too carefully and concealed their tracks too thoroughly. Young Sirius's final weeks were marked by courage that would have been remarkable in an adult wizard, and was absolutely extraordinary in a child facing death with full understanding of what was being stolen from him. He continued his magical studies even as his strength failed, determined to absorb as much knowledge as possible before time ran out. His questions during these final lessons revealed understanding that his death would serve some purpose beyond simple murder, that enemies who went to such elaborate lengths to kill him were making statements that extended far beyond personal vengeance. The funeral of 8-year-old Sirius Black was conducted with ceremony that reflected both the family's grief and their determination to demonstrate that they remained strong despite the loss that had been inflicted upon to them. Every significant pure-blood family in Britain attended, understanding that this wasn't just mourning for a single child, but demonstration of solidarity against enemies who had proven they could strike at anyone, anywhere, regardless of the magical protections that surrounded them. But the most significant aspect of the funeral was the oath that Phineas Nigella swore over his son's grave, words that would echo through generations of Black family history and ultimately shape the choices that led to their destruction. He promised that the death of his firstborn would be avenged, that whoever had orchestrated this careful murder would pay prices that extended far beyond their own lives to encompass everyone and everything they cared about. It was a vow that bound not just him, but his descendants to patterns of revenge and escalation that would consume the family's soul even as they preserved its power. The investigation into young Sirius's death continued for years after his burial, becoming an obsession that shaped Phineas Nigellus's approach to every subsequent decision and relationship. He developed networks of informants and investigators that extended throughout the wizarding world, gathering intelligence about potential enemies while building capabilities for retaliation that would serve as both justice for his murdered son and deterrent against future attacks on family members. The magical innovations that emerged from this investigation would influence Black family practices for generations, as Phineas Nigellus pioneered detection methods and protective spells that pushed the boundaries of what individual wizards could achieve through careful research and unlimited resources. The enhanced wards that protected family properties, the sophisticated surveillance techniques that monitored potential threats, the offensive capabilities that could eliminate enemies before they realized they had been discovered. All of these developments grew from his determination to ensure that no other Black child would die as his son had died. The birth of his second son, also named Sirius in honor of the murdered heir, represented both continuation of family tradition and acknowledgement that the original Sirius's death had changed everything about how the family understood their place in the magical world. This new Sirius would be raised with knowledge of the threats that surrounded them, trained from birth to defend himself and his future children against enemies who had proven their willingness to target the innocent and helpless. Phineas Nigellus's appointment as headmaster of Hogwarts came at a time when his personal loss had transformed him from merely ambitious, pure-blood supremacist into something approaching avenging angel, determined to use every tool available to advance his family's interests while searching for the enemies who had stolen his firstborn's life. The position gave him unprecedented access to young wizards from every significant family in Britain, opportunity to identify potential allies and enemies, while they were still students whose loyalties could be influenced through careful manipulation and strategic pressure. His tenure as headmaster would be remembered by students as a period of rigid discipline and unyielding emphasis on traditional pure-blood values, but also as time when magical education reached levels of sophistication that wouldn't be matched for generations. Phineas Nigellus understood that knowledge was power in its most fundamental form, and he was determined to ensure that power flowed to those who would use it to advance the kind of magical society that his murdered son should have inherited. The administrative changes he implemented during his years as headmaster reflected his conviction that Hogwarts existed primarily to serve the needs of pure-blood families rather than provide general magical education to anyone who happened to possess magical ability. Admission standards were quietly adjusted to favor students from established wizarding families, while scholarship programs that might have assisted Muggle-born students were redirected towards supporting pure-blood children whose families had fallen on hard times. The curriculum was enhanced with courses that emphasized the historical achievements of pure-blood wizards while marginalizing contributions from those of mixed or unknown heritage. But his most significant innovation was the establishment of advanced programs that provided exceptional students with access to magical knowledge that extended far beyond normal Hogwarts curriculum. These weren't official courses, but private instruction conducted in areas of the castle that most students never saw, taught by guest lecturers whose expertise in forbidden arts was matched only by their commitment to pure-blood supremacist ideology. Students who qualified for these programs learned techniques that would give them decisive advantages over their contemporaries. Knowledge that could be used to advance pure-blood interests throughout magical society. The students who opposed his educational philosophy found their Hogwarts experience increasingly difficult and unpleasant, as Phineas Nigellus used his administrative authority to create environments that rewarded conformity to his values while punishing those who questioned the fundamental assumptions about blood, purity, and magical hierarchy. Detentions became exercises in ideological education, while academic evaluations reflected political loyalty as much as magical competence. The school's atmosphere during his tenure was one of rigid order maintained through systematic suppression of dissent. Yet even his critics had to acknowledge the effectiveness of his methods in producing graduates who achieved remarkable success in their chosen careers. particularly those involving influence over magical policy and law enforcement. The alumni of his enhanced programs went on to occupy positions throughout the Ministry of Magic, using their superior education and networking connections to advance policies that reflected the pure-blood supremacist principles they had absorbed during their years under his guidance. The marriage arrangements he negotiated for his remaining children demonstrated his understanding that family alliances were the foundation upon which lasting power was built in wizarding society. Each union was carefully planned to strengthen the Black family's position while extending their influence through strategic connections with other families whose resources and capabilities complemented their own. These weren't romantic relationships, but political partnerships designed to advance mutual interests through coordinated action and shared commitment to pure-blood dominance. His second son, Phineas Nigellus Black II, presented challenges that tested his father's commitment to family loyalty against his dedication to pure-blood ideology. The boy possessed magical ability that was undeniably strong, but his political views were influenced by contemporaries at Hogwarts, who questioned the fundamental assumptions about blood purity that had guided Black family thinking for centuries. Most troubling was his apparent friendship with students whose backgrounds would have made them natural enemies rather than allies. The confrontations between father and son became legendary within family circles, as two brilliant wizards with fundamentally incompatible worldviews struggled to find common ground that could preserve their relationship while maintaining their respective principles. Phineas Nigellus the Elder understood that his son's rebellion wasn't simple adolescent defiance, but genuine philosophical disagreement with values that had defined their family for generations. The younger Phineas, for his part, could not reconcile his father's intelligence and capability with beliefs that seemed to contradict everything that magical education should represent. The influence of Albus Dumbledore on young Phineas's thinking was obvious to anyone who understood the political dynamics within Hogwarts during this period. The future headmaster was already demonstrating the charismatic leadership and progressive ideology that would define his later career, attracting students who shared his vision of magical society based on merit rather than birth. His informal discussion groups and study sessions provided alternative education that challenged pure-blood supremacist doctrine through logical argument and historical evidence. But perhaps more dangerous than Dumbledore's intellectual influence was his demonstration that power could be exercised in service of principles other than family advancement and blood purity. Young Phineas watched as his contemporary used magical ability that exceeded anything in their year to defend weaker students rather than dominate them, to advance understanding rather than maintain ignorance, to build bridges between different groups rather than enforcing separation based on birth and breeding. The final confrontation between Phineas Nigellus the Elder and his rebellious son occurred during the younger man's 7th year at Hogwarts, when his political activities had progressed from private dissent to public opposition to his father's policies. The meeting took place in the headmaster's office, surrounded by portraits of previous administrators who had maintained traditional values without question, with magical instruments that detected lies and concealed emotions bearing witness to a conversation that would reshape the Black family's understanding of loyalty and betrayal. The disownment that followed was conducted with ceremony that reflected both the elder's disappointment and his determination to demonstrate that family principles were more important than personal relationships. The younger Phineas's name was burned from the family tree, with fire that had been enhanced with magic designed to ensure that the removal was permanent and irreversible. His inheritance was redistributed among siblings who had remained loyal to family values, while his achievements at Hogwarts were stricken from family records as if they had never occurred. But the loss of his second son affected Phineas Nigellus more deeply than his public stoicism suggested, representing not just personal betrayal but challenge to fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical breeding and blood purity. If children raised with every advantage that pure blood heritage could provide could still choose to reject their family's values, what did that say about the validity of those values themselves? The question was too dangerous to answer directly, but it planted seeds of doubt that would influence his treatment of subsequent children and grandchildren. The remainder of his children, Cygnus, Belvina, and Arcturus, were raised with enhanced emphasis on family loyalty and ideological purity, their education carefully structured to prevent the kind of rebellion that had cost them their brother. They were isolated from potential influences that might challenge their commitment to pure-blood supremacy, while their curriculum was expanded to include subjects that reinforced their understanding of their superior nature and destiny. Cygnus Black, born in 1851, absorbed these lessons with particular thoroughness, developing into a young wizard whose dedication to family values exceeded even his father's expectations. His magical ability was strong, if not exceptional, but his commitment to pure-blood ideology was absolute, making him ideal candidate for carrying forward family traditions without the complications that had marked his older brother's development. His marriage to Violetta Bulstrode was arranged to strengthen alliances with other supremacist families while ensuring that future generations would inherit the political convictions that defined Black family identity. Belvina Black, the family's only daughter of this generation, received education that was modified to reflect contemporary expectations about women's roles in pure-blood society, while ensuring that she understood her responsibility to maintain family values through her eventual marriage and children. Her intellectual development was carefully guided to produce someone who could serve as effective partner in political marriage, while preserving the cultural knowledge that made the Black family unique among their peers. Arcturus Black, the youngest of Phineas Nigellus's children, represented hope for the family's future expansion and influence, his birth occurring at a time when his father's position as Hogwarts headmaster was providing unprecedented opportunities for shaping magical education according to Black family principles. His early education was even more intensive than his siblings had received, as lessons learned from the tragedy of young Sirius's death and the rebellion of Phineas II were applied to create educational approaches that would produce loyalty without stifling the initiative and creativity that effective leadership required. The household management during this period reflected Phineas Nigellus's understanding that domestic arrangements were extensions of political philosophy, that the way a family treated its dependents and servants revealed fundamental truths about their character and values. The house elves who served at Grimmauld Place were bound through magical contracts that went far beyond normal servitude to approach absolute ownership of their existence, while the security measures that protected family members were enhanced through innovations that pushed the boundaries of what defensive magic could achieve. Elidora Black's role in establishing the family's most cruel traditions began during this period, as she demonstrated the practical applications of pure-blood supremacist ideology through her systematic torment of creatures that were considered property rather than beings deserving of basic consideration. Her methods for punishing house elves who failed to meet her expectations became family tradition that would be maintained for generations, creating an atmosphere of terror within the household that extended far beyond the servants to affect everyone who lived under the family's authority. The preservation of house elf heads as trophies was more than simple cruelty, but demonstration of philosophical principle that rational beings could be treated as objects when their inferior nature justified such treatment. Each mounted head represented victory of superior will over inferior resistance, proof that the strong had not just the right, but the obligation to dominate the weak without mercy or compromise. The display served as constant reminder to family members and visitors about the consequences of challenging Black family authority. But Elidora's innovations extended beyond domestic terrorism to include magical research that advanced the family's understanding of how pain and fear could be used as tools for maintaining control over thinking beings. Her experiments in psychological manipulation through combination of magical compulsion and physical torture created techniques that would influence pure-blood approaches to servant management for generations to come. The contrast between Eladora's cruelty and Iola Black's compassion represented fundamental tension within the family about the practical application of pure-blood supremacist ideology. Where Elladora saw inferior beings as resources to be exploited without limitation, Iola recognized that even those of mixed blood possessed human dignity that deserved basic respect and consideration. Their disagreement wasn't just philosophical but practical, affecting how the family would relate to the broader magical community as blood purity became an increasingly important political issue. Iola's decision to marry Bob Hitchens represented more than personal choice, but ideological statement that challenged every assumption about the importance of maintaining bloodline purity through careful breeding and strategic marriage. Her relationship with a Muggle or Muggle-born wizard was deliberate rejection of family values that had been maintained for centuries, demonstration that love could triumph over loyalty when individual conscience conflicted with inherited obligation. The family's response to Iola's marriage revealed the depth of their commitment to pure-blood ideology and their willingness to sacrifice personal relationships to maintain principles that they considered more important than individual happiness. The ceremony that removed her from the family tree was conducted with solemnity that reflected genuine grief for the loss of someone they had loved, but also determination to demonstrate that family values were non-negotiable regardless of personal cost. The magical fire that burned her name from the tapestry was enhanced with spells designed to ensure that the removal was permanent and complete, erasing not just her identity, but any magical connection that might have allowed her to influence family affairs through bloodline magic. The process was irreversible, cutting ties that had existed since birth and creating separation that would persist even beyond death itself. But Iola's rebellion also planted seeds of doubt within the family about the sustainability of their approach to blood purity and its enforcement. If someone raised with every advantage that pure blood heritage could provide could still choose to reject their family's values, what did that suggest about the natural appeal of those values to rational people who understood their implications? The question was too dangerous to explore openly, but it influenced subsequent family decisions in ways both subtle and profound. The children that Iola and Bob Hitchens presumably had represented unknown quantity in magical genealogy, offspring whose existence challenged fundamental assumptions about how magical ability was inherited and expressed. If their children displayed magical talent despite their mixed heritage, it would suggest that blood purity was less important than the Black family had always claimed. If they were squibs or muggles, it would validate supremacist ideology, while also raising questions about why someone with strong magical heritage would choose to dilute it through marriage to inferior bloodlines. The mystery of Iola's descendants would haunt subsequent generations of Blacks, representing possibility that their disowned relative had established competing bloodline that might someday return to challenge their monopoly on family name and legacy. The magical protections that prevented investigation into her fate ensured that uncertainty would persist, creating psychological pressure that influenced family decision-making in ways that Iola herself could never have anticipated. As Phineas Nigelis's remarkable career as Hogwarts headmaster drew toward its close, he could look back on achievements that exceeded anything his ancestors had accomplished. Through their dedication to pure blood supremacy and magical innovation, he had shaped an entire generation of magical education according to principles that would ensure continued dominance by families like his own. He had established networks of influence that extended throughout wizarding society, creating systems that would advance pure blood interests for decades to come. Most importantly, he had demonstrated that individual brilliance, combined with unwavering commitment to family values, could overcome any obstacle and defeat any enemy. But he had also learned that power came with costs that were measured not just in gold or effort, but in personal relationships and individual happiness that might have made victory more meaningful. The son he had lost to murder, the son he had lost to ideological rebellion, the daughter he had lost to romantic betrayal. Each represented price paid for maintaining principles that were more important than family harmony, but also more costly than he had initially understood. The legacy he established would echo through every subsequent generation of Black family history, creating patterns of expectation and behavior that would shape his descendants' choices, even when those choices led them away from everything he had worked to achieve. His influence would be felt in the magical innovations that advanced pure blood supremacy, the political networks that maintained their dominance, and the philosophical convictions that made compromise impossible when circumstances demanded adaptation rather than rigid adherence to inherited principles. The magical devices and techniques he developed during his search for his son's killers would become family treasures that provided advantages to subsequent generations, while also serving as reminders of the prices that greatness required from those who sought to achieve it. Each innovation was purchased with suffering that extended beyond individual experience to encompass entire networks of relationships and obligations that bound the family to patterns of behavior that were as inescapable as they were necessary. As the 19th century drew toward its close and new challenges began to emerge in the magical world, Phineas Nigellus Black stood as monument to everything that pure blood supremacy could achieve when guided by intelligence and determination that refused to acknowledge limitations or accept defeat. His children and grandchildren would inherit not just his accumulated wealth and influence, but his understanding that greatness required sacrifice, that power demanded prices that lesser souls would find unacceptable, and that family loyalty was the foundation upon which all other achievements were built. The children of Phineas Nigellus Black came of age during a period when the wizarding world was undergoing transformations that challenged every assumption about the natural order of magical society. The Industrial Revolution that was reshaping Muggle civilization cast shadows even into the hidden corners where pure-blood families maintained their ancient traditions, bringing new ideas about progress and equality that threatened the careful hierarchies that had preserved magical civilization for centuries beyond counting. Into this world of changing certainties, the second generation of recorded Black family history would write chapters that revealed the fundamental tensions between inherited obligation and individual conscience. Sirius Black II, born in 1877, as replacement for the brother whose murder had shaped his father's character and ambitions, grew to manhood carrying burdens that would have crushed spirits less carefully prepared for such responsibility. His childhood was spent in the shadow of a ghost, constantly reminded that he existed primarily to fulfill destiny that had been stolen from someone else, that his life's purpose was not his own, but continuation of legacy that demanded perfection in service to family values and pure blood supremacy. The education that prepared him for eventual leadership of the Black family empire was comprehensive in ways that even Hogwarts couldn't match, covering not just magical techniques and pure blood ideology, but practical skills of leadership and political manipulation that would be necessary for maintaining family influence in an increasingly complex wizarding world. His tutors were chosen not just for their knowledge, but for their absolute commitment to the principles that had guided Black family thinking for generations, ensuring that his development would proceed according to carefully planned patterns that would produce the kind of leader his father envisioned. But beneath the careful preparation and systematic indoctrination, young Sirius possessed intellectual curiosity that extended beyond the narrow boundaries of pure-blood supremacist thinking. His questions during family discussions revealed mind that was not content to accept inherited wisdom without examination, that sought to understand the logical foundations upon which family traditions were built. His father recognized this tendency with mixture of pride and concern, understanding that intellectual independence was necessary for effective leadership, but also dangerous when it challenged fundamental assumptions about family identity and purpose. The marriage that would define Sirius II's adult life was arranged with characteristic black family thoroughness, designed to strengthen bloodline purity while establishing political alliance with another supremacist family whose resources and connections would advance mutual interests. Hespergamp brought not just acceptable magical heritage, but extensive knowledge of curse research and dark arts applications that had been preserved through generations of careful study and practical experimentation. Their courtship, conducted according to protocols that had been refined through centuries of successful pure-blood marriages, was less romantic relationship than extended negotiation between families whose futures would be linked through their children's union. Each meeting was carefully chaperoned and structured to allow evaluation of compatibility while preventing the kind of emotional attachment that might interfere with rational decision-making about political alliance and bloodline management. But despite the calculated nature of their arrangement, genuine affection developed between Sirius and Hesper as they discovered shared interests in magical research and family advancement that transcended mere political convenience. Their conversations revealed intellectual partnership that enhanced their individual capabilities while creating foundation for marriage that would be stable and productive even without the passionate love that characterized relationships. In families whose priorities were less clearly defined, the magical innovations they developed through their collaborative research pushed the boundaries of what pure-blood families could achieve when their resources were properly coordinated and focused on clear objectives. Their work in bloodline enhancement magic created techniques that could strengthen inherited magical abilities while minimizing the risk of producing offspring whose powers were diminished through inadequate breeding or environmental influences. Their development of new detection methods for identifying mixed blood infiltrators provided security capabilities that protected pure blood society from contamination while maintaining the illusion of openness and tolerance. The children they produced through their carefully planned union represented triumph of systematic breeding and magical enhancement that validated every principle upon which black family supremacy was founded. Each birth was preceded by months of preparation that included magical rituals designed to ensure optimal development, dietary regimens that would enhance magical potential, and environmental modifications that would support the kind of growth that produced exceptional wizards rather than merely competent ones. Their firstborn son, Arcturus Black III, displayed magical ability from birth that exceeded even the ambitious expectations that his heritage had created. His accidental magic was not random but purposeful, suggesting understanding of cause and effect that developed far earlier than normal developmental patterns would predict. His emotional control was remarkable for someone his age, while his intellectual development proceeded at pace that required constantly updated educational programs to maintain appropriate challenge and stimulation. But perhaps most significantly, Arcturus demonstrated instinctive understanding of family hierarchy and pure blood ideology that suggested the values they were trying to preserve could indeed be transmitted through careful breeding and proper education. His natural arrogance towards servants and inferior blood was not taught but seemed to emerge from genetic memory, while his casual assumption of authority over those around him reflected inherited patterns of dominance that had been refined through generations of successful leadership. The second child, Licorice Black, presented different challenges and opportunities that tested the family's understanding of how magical ability and political loyalty could be maintained across gender lines in society that was beginning to question traditional assumptions about women's roles. Her magical development was strong and consistent, but her interests tended towards subjects that were traditionally considered inappropriate for pure-blood daughters whose primary function was supposed to be producing the next generation of family heirs. Her fascination with magical creatures that existed beyond normal classification suggested intellectual independence that could be valuable if properly directed, but dangerous if allowed to develop without careful supervision. Her tendency to question established procedures for creature management and control revealed thinking that might challenge other family traditions if not carefully guided toward acceptable channels of expression. The decision to allow her to pursue advanced education in subjects that interested her rather than restricting her to domestic arts and marriage preparation was controversial within pure-blood society, but Sirius II understood that intellectual gifts should be developed regardless of the gender of their possessor. The magical innovations that emerged from her research proved invaluable for family advancement, while demonstrating that traditional limitations on female education were counterproductive when applied to individuals whose capabilities exceeded normal expectations. The third child, Regulus Black I, represented continuation of family naming, traditions that honored ancestors, while also creating expectations about character and achievement that were difficult for any individual to fulfill. His development proceeded according to patterns that had been established through previous generations, displaying magical ability that was strong and reliable without being exceptional, political views that aligned perfectly with family ideology, and personal characteristics that suggested he would be effective supporter of family interests rather than innovative leader who might challenge established methods. His choice to remain unmarried throughout his adult life was unusual. In pure-blood society, where marriage was considered essential for maintaining family influence and producing future generations, but it was accepted because his contributions to family advancement through other means were substantial and consistent. His work in developing new applications for existing magical techniques proved valuable for maintaining the family's technological advantages over their competitors, while his management of family financial interests demonstrated understanding of how wealth could be transformed into political influence. But the most significant challenge to family unity during this period came not from rebellion or ideological disagreement, but from simple biological reality that no amount of careful breeding or magical enhancement could completely control. Phineas Nigellus, the eldest brother Arcturus, whose marriage to Lysandra Yaxley had been arranged with the same careful attention to bloodline compatibility that characterized all Black family unions, produced children whose magical development revealed uncomfortable truths about the reliability of pure-blood superiority. Their daughter, Calidora, possessed magical ability that was strong and consistent, developing according to expected patterns, while displaying the kind of political sophistication that marked successful pure-blood education. Her eventual marriage to Harfang Longbottom represented successful alliance between families whose shared commitment to supremacist ideology created foundation for political cooperation and mutual advancement. The connection would prove valuable in subsequent generations when the Longbottom family's influence in magical law enforcement could be coordinated with Black family interests in maintaining social order. Cedrella Black's development followed similar patterns initially, her magical education proceeding smoothly, while her political indoctrination seemed to be taking hold according to family expectations. But her exposure to different ideas during her Hogwarts years, particularly through contact with students whose backgrounds included families that questioned pure-blood supremacist assumptions, gradually created doubts about the validity of everything she had been taught about blood purity and magical hierarchy. The rebellion that led to her marriage to Septimus Weasley was not sudden emotional decision, but gradual intellectual evolution that challenged family values through sustained logical analysis rather than simple rejection of authority. Her arguments with family elders revealed understanding of pure-blood ideology that was comprehensive enough to identify its internal contradictions and practical weaknesses, making her rebellion more dangerous than simple emotional defiance, because it was based on rational examination of inherited assumptions. The Weasley family at this period represented everything that Black ideology claimed to oppose. Mixed magical heritage that included Muggle ancestry, economic circumstances that required work rather than inherited wealth, and political views that emphasized merit over birth as the proper foundation for social organization. But they also possessed magical ability that was undeniably strong and family traditions that emphasized courage and loyalty in ways that even pure-blood supremacists had to respect. Cedrella's marriage represented calculated risk that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between blood purity and magical ability, creating test case that could either validate or refute the theoretical foundations upon which Black family ideology was built. If her children with Septimus displayed magical ability that equaled or exceeded their pure-blood contemporaries, it would suggest that blood purity was less important than family traditions had always claimed. If their magical development was inferior, it would prove that bloodline maintenance was essential for preserving the capabilities that made pure-blood families superior to their mixed heritage competitors. The disownment ceremony that followed her marriage was conducted with particular emphasis on the permanent nature of her separation from family identity and inheritance, as the stakes involved were higher than previous rebellions had created. This wasn't just personal betrayal, but ideological challenge that threatened the theoretical foundations of everything the family represented, requiring response that was proportionate to the danger her choices posed to their fundamental identity. But the magical fire that burned her name from the family tree was less destructive than intended, leaving traces that suggested her connection to family bloodline could not be completely severed despite their best efforts to erase her influence. The partial failure of the disownment ritual was troubling precedent that implied blood connections might be stronger than political ideology, that family bonds could persist even when formal recognition was withdrawn through magical ceremony and legal documentation. Caris Black's marriage to Casper Crouch represented more conventional alliance that strengthened connections between pure-blood families while maintaining the kind of bloodline purity that family traditions demanded. The Crouch family's commitment to magical law enforcement and their reputation for unwavering loyalty to established authority made them ideal partners for advancing Black family interests through legitimate political channels rather than the shadow influence that had characterized previous generations. Their children would inherit not just magical ability and pure blood status, but political connections that would prove valuable during periods when the Black family needed allies within official magical government. The relationship established patterns of cooperation between families whose shared ideology created foundation for coordinated action in support of pure-blood supremacist policies throughout magical society. Belvina Black's marriage to Herbert Burke continued the family's strategy of establishing alliances with other pure-blood families, whose resources and capabilities complemented their own strengths, while covering areas where they lacked direct influence. The Burke family's control over significant portions of magical commerce, particularly in areas involving dark arts artifacts and restricted magical materials, provided access to resources that were essential for maintaining the kind of magical supremacy that pure blood ideology promised its adherents. But the children produced through these carefully arranged marriages began to reveal limitations in the family's approach to bloodline management that would become increasingly problematic as subsequent generations faced challenges that required adaptation rather than rigid adherence to inherited patterns. The emphasis on maintaining purity through marriage within increasingly narrow circles of acceptable families was producing offspring whose magical abilities were strong but whose genetic diversity was limited in ways that created vulnerabilities to environmental challenges and magical diseases. Cygnus Black, the first marriage to Violetta Bulstrode, exemplified both the strengths and weaknesses of pure blood marriage strategy during this period. The union successfully preserved bloodline purity while establishing political alliance that advanced both families' interests in maintaining supremacist social order. But it also represented continuation of breeding patterns that were gradually reducing the genetic diversity that was necessary for producing offspring who could adapt to changing circumstances and challenges. The children they produced included individuals whose magical development revealed both the benefits and costs of systematic pure blood breeding. Their magical abilities were consistently strong, and their political loyalty was absolute. But their psychological flexibility was limited in ways that would prove catastrophic when they encountered situations that required innovation rather than application of inherited solutions to familiar problems. The birth of a squib child within their family created crisis that tested every assumption about the relationship between bloodline purity and magical ability, forcing acknowledgement that even the most carefully maintained hereditary advantages could not guarantee the outcomes that pure blood ideology promised. The child's lack of magical ability was not just personal tragedy, but ideological disaster that threatened to undermine the theoretical foundations upon which the family's entire identity was constructed. The systematic erasure of the squib child from family records represented more than simple denial of embarrassing reality, but desperate attempt to maintain fictional purity that was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain in the face of biological facts that contradicted inherited assumptions. The magical methods used to remove evidence of the child's existence were more thorough than previous disownment ceremonies, suggesting recognition that this particular failure of family ideology posed greater threat to their reputation than previous rebellions had created. But the energy required to maintain such comprehensive deception revealed the growing strain that pure blood ideology was placing on families whose commitment to its principles was absolute, but whose practical experience was demonstrating its limitations. The resources devoted to concealing inconvenient truths were resources that could not be used for advancing family interests through more productive means, creating opportunity costs that would accumulate over time into significant disadvantages. The networks of alliance and obligation that the Black family had constructed through centuries of strategic marriage and political manipulation were beginning to show signs of stress as social changes throughout the wizarding world created new challenges that required responses that inherited solutions could not address effectively. The rigid thinking that had been their greatest strength during periods of stability was becoming liability when circumstances demanded flexibility and adaptation that their ideology could not accommodate. The younger generation's exposure to different ideas through their education at Hogwarts was creating internal tensions that no amount of family indoctrination could completely suppress, as bright young minds encountered logical arguments and practical evidence that challenged everything they had been taught about blood, purity, and magical hierarchy. The intellectual ferment that characterized magical education during this period was producing graduates whose understanding of magical theory exceeded their predecessors, while their commitment to inherited social structures was less absolute than previous generations had demonstrated. The foundation that Phineas Nigellus had built through his lifetime of achievement and innovation was solid but not unshakable, dependent on continued success in maintaining pure blood dominance through methods that were becoming increasingly difficult to apply as magical society evolved beyond the patterns that had made such dominance possible. The challenges that his children and grandchildren would face would require either adaptation that compromised fundamental principles or rigid adherence that risked complete failure when circumstances exceeded the capacity of inherited solutions to address them effectively. The transformation that was beginning within the Black family during this period was subtle but irreversible, as exposure to changing social conditions and alternative ideologies gradually undermined the absolute certainty that had characterized previous generations. The seeds of eventual rebellion were being planted not through external influence, but through internal contradictions that no amount of careful breeding or ideological education could completely eliminate from human nature when it encountered evidence that challenged its most fundamental assumptions about reality and justice. As the 19th century gave way to the 20th, and new challenges began to emerge that would test every assumption about pure blood supremacy and family loyalty, the children of Phineas Nigellus Black stood poised between past and future, inheritors of power that was still formidable, but also bearers of doubts that would eventually grow into the rebellion that would transform their family's legacy from triumph of supremacist ideology into cautionary tale about the present costs of placing abstract principles above human relationships and individual conscience. The turn of the 20th century brought with it winds of change that whispered through even the most carefully warded chambers of pure-blood society, carrying ideas and possibilities that threatened to undermine the foundations upon which families like the Blacks had built their centuries of dominance. It was into this world of shifting certainties and emerging challenges that Arcturus Black III was born in 1901, destined to become perhaps the most influential patriarch in the family's recorded history, a man whose understanding of power and its proper application would shape the Black legacy through its greatest triumphs and most devastating failures. From his earliest childhood, Arcturus displayed the kind of magical ability that pure blood breeding was designed to produce. Raw power that was both impressive in its scope and remarkable for its precision, suggesting genetic inheritance that had been successfully preserved through generations of careful marriage and bloodline management. His accidental magic was not the chaotic outbursts that characterized most magical children, but controlled demonstrations of will imposed upon reality, as if he understood instinctively that magic was meant to serve those with the strength and intelligence to command it effectively. But beyond mere magical ability, Arcturus possessed the kind of political intelligence that was essential for maintaining family influence in a world where traditional sources of authority were being challenged by new ideas about merit and equality. He absorbed lessons about pure blood ideology, not as inherited dogma, but as practical philosophy that could be adapted and refined to meet changing circumstances, understanding that survival of supremacist principles required evolution rather than rigid adherence to inherited patterns that might become obsolete. His education at Hogwarts during the early 1920s provided exposure to magical instruction that was more comprehensive than previous generations had received. but also to political ferment that was beginning to challenge pure blood assumptions about the natural order of wizarding society. The school had become battleground between traditional values and progressive ideas, with students and faculty choosing sides according to their fundamental beliefs about the relationship between magical ability and social responsibility. Arcturus navigated these treacherous waters with skill that impressed even his father, maintaining perfect academic performance while building networks of alliance and influence that would serve him throughout his adult career. His placement in Slytherin House was expected, but his emergence as informal leader among students who shared his political views was achievement that reflected personal capability rather than inherited advantage. He understood that leadership was not automatic right of birth, but earned privilege that required demonstration of superior judgment and unwavering commitment to principles that lesser souls might abandon under pressure. The political clubs and study groups that formed around his influence during his Hogwarts years became training grounds for the next generation of pure-blood leadership, organizations that provided alternative education in subjects that official curriculum could not address directly. These weren't simple social gatherings, but serious preparation for roles that participants would assume upon graduation, when their actions would determine whether pure blood values could be maintained in magical society that was becoming increasingly democratic and egalitarian. His marriage to Melania Macmillan represented alliance between families whose shared commitment to pure blood supremacy was matched by complementary resources and capabilities that would enhance their mutual influence throughout wizarding society. The Macmillan family brought not just acceptable bloodline, but extensive connections within magical government and law enforcement that would prove essential for maintaining supremacist policies through official channels rather than shadow manipulation. The wedding ceremony itself was conducted with magnificence that demonstrated the combined resources of both families while serving as political statement about the continuing vitality of pure blood traditions in world that was increasingly questioning their relevance and validity. Every significant supremacist family in Britain attended, understanding that this wasn't just celebration of personal union, but demonstration of solidarity against forces that threatened their shared way of life. But beneath the public celebration lay private recognition that maintaining pure blood dominance would require more sophisticated approaches than previous generations had needed to employ. The old methods of indirect influence and behind-the-scenes manipulation were proving insufficient against enemies who understood those techniques and had developed countermeasures that neutralized traditional supremacist advantages. The magical research that Arcturus and Melania conducted during the early years of their marriage focused on developing new techniques for maintaining pure blood advantages while adapting to changing political and social conditions that made traditional approaches increasingly risky and ineffective. Their innovations in bloodline magic created capabilities that enhanced inherited magical abilities, while also providing ways to identify and eliminate genetic weaknesses that might compromise future generations. Their work in developing enhanced detection methods for identifying mixed blood infiltrators was particularly significant, creating magical tools that could reveal heritage through analysis of magical signatures and behavioral patterns that were invisible to conventional observation. These devices would become essential equipment for pure blood families who needed to maintain security while operating in increasingly integrated magical society where bloodline could no longer be assumed from appearance or claimed heritage. The birth of their first child, Lucretia Black, in 1925, represented both continuation of family traditions and adaptation to realities that were making traditional pure-blood child-rearing increasingly complex and challenging. Her education was designed to produce someone who could function effectively in magical society that was becoming more open while maintaining absolute commitment to supremacist principles that were becoming less openly acceptable. Her magical development proceeded according to patterns that validated the family's breeding strategies, while also revealing new possibilities for enhancing inherited abilities through combination of genetic advantages and advanced educational technique. Her intellectual development was particularly impressive, suggesting that pure-blood families could produce individuals whose capabilities exceeded even ambitious expectations when proper resources were devoted to their cultivation. But perhaps most significantly, Lucretia demonstrated the kind of political sophistication that would be necessary for maintaining pure-blood influence in a world where supremacist ideology could no longer be advocated openly, but had to be advanced through more subtle means. Her understanding of how to present family values in terms that would be acceptable to broader magical society, while maintaining their essential meaning and practical application, showed promise for adaptation that previous generations had not needed to develop. Her eventual marriage to Ignatius Pruitt represented strategic alliance that extended Black family influence into networks that had previously been dominated by families whose political views were more moderate but whose practical capabilities were essential for achieving objectives that pure, supremacist families could not accomplish through their own resources alone. The Pruitt family's reputation for integrity and service provided cover for activities that might have been questioned if undertaken by families with more obvious supremacist connections. The decision not to have children was controversial within both families, as continuation of bloodline was considered essential responsibility for anyone who possessed superior magical heritage. But Lucretia and Ignatius understood that their value to family advancement was greater through their political and social activities than through producing offspring who might not inherit their exceptional capabilities or commitment to supremacist principles. Their influence on subsequent generations was exercised through mentorship and guidance rather than genetic inheritance, as they worked to ensure that their nephews and nieces would develop the kind of political sophistication and tactical understanding that would be necessary for maintaining pure blood advantages in increasingly challenging circumstances. The birth of Orion Black in 1929 marked continuation of family traditions under circumstances that were becoming increasingly difficult for pure blood families to navigate successfully. His childhood was shaped by awareness that the magical world was changing in ways that threatened everything his ancestors had worked to achieve, requiring preparation for challenges that previous generations had never needed to face. His education emphasized not just magical ability and pure blood ideology, but practical skills for maintaining family influence when traditional methods were no longer viable or socially acceptable. He learned to present supremacist views in language that would not trigger opposition from moderate elements within magical society, while developing techniques for advancing family interests through means that appeared to serve broader community good rather than narrow factional advantage. But the most significant challenge he faced was psychological rather than political: the need to maintain absolute commitment to family values while acknowledging that those values were becoming increasingly isolated from mainstream magical opinion. The cognitive dissonance created by believing in pure blood supremacy while living in society that was rejecting such beliefs required mental discipline that was exhausting and ultimately unsustainable over extended periods. His marriage to Walburga Black, his own second cousin, represented both adherence to family traditions of bloodline preservation and acknowledgement that the pool of acceptable marriage partners was shrinking as other pure blood families began questioning the wisdom of maintaining such rigid standards. The decision to marry within the family was controversial, even among supremacist circles, but it ensured that their children would inherit maximum concentration of Black family magical characteristics, while avoiding the ideological contamination that might result from marriages to families whose commitment to pure blood values was less absolute. The political atmosphere that surrounded their courtship and marriage was increasingly hostile to open advocacy of pure blood supremacy, requiring couples who shared such beliefs to maintain their convictions in private while presenting acceptable facades to broader magical society. This created psychological pressure that affected their relationship in ways that would influence their approach to child rearing and family management throughout their adult lives. The children they would eventually produce, Sirius Black III and Regulus Black II, would inherit not just magical ability and supremacist ideology, but psychological burden of maintaining beliefs that were becoming increasingly difficult to justify in the face of evidence that contradicted their fundamental assumptions about the relationship between blood purity and magical worth. Meanwhile, the parallel development of other family lines was creating additional complications for maintaining unified family identity and purpose. Pollux Black's marriage to Irma Crabbe established connections with family whose supremacist credentials were unquestionable, but whose approach to maintaining pure blood values differed significantly from traditional Black family methods. The Crabbe family's emphasis on direct action and open confrontation contrasted sharply with the Black tradition of subtle influence and behind-the-scenes manipulation, creating potential for conflict between allies who shared fundamental goals, but disagreed about proper methods for achieving them. These differences would become increasingly significant as circumstances forced pure-blood families to choose between maintaining their principles through increasingly extreme measures or moderating their positions to remain relevant in changing magical society. Alfred Black's development during this period represented an alternative approach to pure blood identity that maintained family loyalty while questioning some of the more extreme applications of supremacist ideology. His magical ability was strong, and his commitment to family advancement was unquestionable. But his methods reflected understanding that changing circumstances required adaptation, rather than rigid adherence to inherited patterns that might no longer be effective. His eventual rebellion against family authority would not take the form of ideological rejection or romantic betrayal, but practical disagreement about how family resources should be used to advance shared objectives. His decision to leave his inheritance to Sirius III, rather than maintaining traditional patterns of wealth distribution, represented challenge to family hierarchy that was based on tactical considerations rather than emotional defiance. Cassiopeia Black's long life and unmarried status represented different model for how family members could serve supremacist cause without conforming to traditional expectations about marriage and reproduction. Her contributions to family advancement came through magical research and political activity, rather than genetic inheritance, demonstrating that value to pure blood community could be measured in ways other than simple production of future generations. Her work in developing new applications for existing magical techniques proved particularly valuable for maintaining family advantages while adapting to circumstances that made traditional approaches increasingly risky or ineffective. Her innovations in defensive magic and detection spells would influence family security practices for generations, while also contributing to broader pure blood communities' ability to maintain their advantages despite growing opposition from progressive elements within magical society. The tragic case of Marius Black revealed the most troubling limitation of pure blood breeding strategies, as genetic manipulation that was designed to enhance magical ability occasionally produced individuals whose magical development was completely absent, despite their impeccable heritage and careful cultivation. His condition as squib was not just personal tragedy, but ideological crisis that forced family to confront possibility that their breeding methods might contain fundamental flaws that no amount of careful planning could eliminate. The decision to completely erase Marius from family records represented acknowledgement that pure blood ideology could not accommodate exceptions, that challenged its fundamental assumptions about the relationship between heritage and ability. But the energy required to maintain such comprehensive denial revealed the psychological cost of preserving beliefs that were contradicted by evidence that family members encountered in their own experience. Doria Black's marriage to Charles Potter created alliance that would prove crucial for subsequent family history, though its significance would not become apparent until decades later, when their connection to the Potter bloodline would provide unexpected opportunities for redemption and transformation. The Potter family's reputation for courage and integrity offered different model for pure blood identity that maintained magical traditions while embracing values that were more compatible with changing social expectations. Their relationship represented possibility that pure blood families could adapt to changing circumstances without abandoning their essential identity, that supremacist ideology could be modified to accommodate new realities while preserving the advantages that made their heritage valuable. But it also created tensions within the Black family about how much adaptation was acceptable before fundamental principles were compromised beyond recognition. The magical innovations that emerged from collaboration between Black and Potter family resources demonstrated what could be achieved when pure blood advantages were applied to objectives that served broader community good rather than narrow, factional interests. Their joint research in protective magic and defensive techniques created capabilities that enhanced security for all magical families, regardless of their political affiliations or ideological commitments. But the most significant development during this period was the gradual recognition that pure blood supremacy was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain through traditional methods, requiring either adaptation that compromised fundamental principles or escalation that risked complete isolation from mainstream magical society. The choices that third-generation Black family members made in response to this challenge would determine whether their legacy would be remembered as successful adaptation to changing circumstances or stubborn adherence to principles that circumstances had made obsolete. The magical world that their children would inherit was fundamentally different from the one in which the Black family's power had originally been established, requiring capabilities and approaches that their traditional education and inherited advantages had not prepared them to develop. The comfortable certainties that had guided previous generations were being replaced by complex realities that demanded sophisticated responses rather than simple application of superior magical force or political influence. As the third generation reached maturity and began assuming responsibility for family leadership and advancement, they faced challenges that would test every assumption about the relationship between heritage and destiny, between power and responsibility, between family loyalty and individual conscience. The choices they made would determine not just their own fates, but the future of pure blood ideology itself in magical society that was becoming increasingly unwilling to accept supremacist assumptions without evidence that those assumptions served broader community good rather than narrow, factional advantage. The stage was being set for confrontations that would reveal whether the Black family's accumulated power and influence could survive contact with realities that their ideology had not anticipated and their traditional methods could not address effectively. The foundation was solid, but the ground beneath it was shifting in ways that would ultimately require either fundamental adaptation or complete reconstruction of everything they had worked for centuries to achieve and preserve. The rise of Orion Black to prominence within the family hierarchy coincided with the emergence of political forces that would reshape the wizarding world in ways that no amount of pure blood preparation could have anticipated or prevented. Born in 1929 into a family whose power seemed unassailable and whose traditions appeared destined to endure forever, Orion inherited not just magical ability and supremacist ideology, but responsibility for maintaining Black family influence during a period when their fundamental assumptions about magical society were being challenged by enemies who possessed both the intelligence to understand their methods and the determination to overcome their advantages. The childhood that shaped his character was conducted under circumstances that would have been unimaginable to earlier generations of Black family heirs, as traditional pure-blood education was supplemented by awareness that their enemies were no longer content to accept subordinate status, but were actively working to overthrow the social order that had preserved magical civilization for centuries. Young Orion learned not just the theory and practice of supremacist ideology, but the tactical skills necessary for defending those beliefs against opposition that was increasingly sophisticated and well organized. His magical development proceeded according to patterns that had been established through generations of successful breeding, but his education was enhanced with subjects that previous Black heirs had not needed to master. Psychological warfare techniques that could break enemy morale without direct confrontation, detection methods that could identify infiltrators whose magical disguises might fool conventional observation, and most importantly, administrative skills that could be used to advance supremacist objectives through legitimate governmental channels rather than shadow manipulation that was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. The Hogwarts that Orion attended during the 1940s was fundamentally different from the institution that had educated his father and grandfather, transformed by decades of progressive influence into place, where pure-blood students found their inherited advantages challenged by Muggle-born classmates, whose magical abilities were often equal or superior to their own. The comfortable certainties that had characterized previous generations of magical education were replaced by intellectual ferment that forced students to defend their beliefs through logical argument rather than simple assertion of hereditary authority. But rather than moderating his commitment to pure blood ideology in the face of such challenges, Orion's exposure to opposition only strengthened his conviction that supremacist principles were under coordinated attack that required coordinated defense. He organized informal study groups among students who shared his political views, creating networks of alliance and mutual support that would serve them throughout their adult careers in advancing pure-blood interests through whatever means circumstances made necessary. His academic performance was exceptional, not just in traditional magical subjects, but in areas that were becoming increasingly important for maintaining pure-blood influence in changing political environment. His mastery of magical law allowed him to identify loopholes and ambiguities that could be exploited to advance supremacist objectives while maintaining appearance of legal compliance. His understanding of magical history provided foundation for arguments about the natural superiority of pure-blood wizards that were based on documented achievement rather than simple assertion of inherited privilege. But perhaps most significantly, his development of practical skills in magical detection and concealment created capabilities that would prove essential for maintaining family security when their political activities began attracting the kind of attention that previous painless generations had been able to avoid through more subtle approaches. The devices and techniques he pioneered during his student years would later be refined into the comprehensive security systems that protected Grimmauld Place during its darkest periods. The marriage that would define his adult life and shape the next generation of Black family history was arranged with even greater care than previous unions, as the stakes involved in maintaining bloodline purity had increased dramatically, while the pool of acceptable partners had shrunk to dangerous levels. Walburga Black, his second cousin whose own magical heritage was unquestionably pure but whose family background included complications that made the alliance politically complex, represented best available option for ensuring that their children would inherit maximum concentration of Black family characteristics while avoiding genetic weaknesses that might result from marriages to families whose breeding had been less carefully managed. The decision to marry within the family was controversial even among supremacist circles, as the practice carried risks of genetic concentration that could produce magical abilities that were powerful but unstable, or psychological characteristics that were intense but potentially destructive. But the alternatives were worse, as marriages to other families would have required compromises in bloodline purity that the Black family was not prepared to accept, given their understanding of how magical ability was inherited and expressed. The courtship between Orion and Walburga was conducted according to protocols that had been refined through centuries of successful pure-blood marriages. But their relationship was complicated by awareness that they were not just choosing personal partners, but determining the genetic and political characteristics of future generations who would inherit responsibility for maintaining family, influence during period of unprecedented challenge to pure-blood dominance. Their shared commitment to supremacist ideology created foundation for partnership that transcended romantic attraction to approach something like military alliance between individuals whose personal goals were subordinated to larger objectives that required coordinated effort and mutual sacrifice. They understood that their marriage was not private matter, but political statement about their determination to preserve pure blood values, regardless of social pressure to moderate their positions or accept compromises that would undermine their fundamental principles. The establishment of their household at 12 Grimmauld Place marked transformation of the ancestral home from repository of family history into active headquarters for political activity that was becoming increasingly dangerous, as opposition to pure blood supremacy organized itself into movements that possessed both the resources and determination necessary for systematic challenge to established authority. The house was modified with defensive enhancements that reflected Orion's understanding that their enemies were no longer content to accept their inferior status, but were actively planning to eliminate pure blood families entirely. The magical protections that surrounded their home during this period were more comprehensive and sophisticated than anything previous generations had required, incorporating detection methods that could identify threats that existed only in potential and defensive capabilities that could repel attacks using techniques that hadn't been developed when the original wards were established. The result was fortress that was also prison, providing security that was purchased with isolation from normal social contact and community involvement. The house elf management practices that reached their most cruel expression under Orion and Walburga's administration represented logical extension of pure blood ideology to its ultimate conclusion: the treatment of inferior beings as property, whose existence was justified only by their service to superior masters. The systematic brutality that characterized their approach to servant discipline was not sadistic indulgence, but practical demonstration of principles that they believed should govern all relationships between pure blood wizards and those whose heritage marked them as naturally subordinate. The portrait of Walburga's mother that was installed as permanent fixture in the entrance hall served multiple purposes beyond simple family memorialization, functioning as security device that could identify visitors and alert household occupants to potential threats, while also providing constant reinforcement of family values through its automated speeches about pure blood superiority and the dangers posed by blood traitors and inferior wizards. But the most significant aspect of their domestic arrangements was the systematic isolation of their children from external influences that might challenge their commitment to family ideology or provide alternative models for how pure blood heritage could be expressed through service to broader community rather than narrow factional interests. Sirius and Regulus were raised in an environment that was designed to ensure their absolute loyalty to supremacist principles, while providing them with capabilities that would make them effective advocates and defenders of those principles in Blessedin hostile world. The political activities that Orion conducted from his position as unofficial leader of traditional pure-blood families involved coordination with organizations and individuals whose methods were becoming increasingly extreme as their influence within official magical government diminished. The rise of dark wizards, who advocated open warfare against Muggle-born wizards, and their supporters created opportunities for advancing supremacist objectives through alliance with forces that previous generations would have considered too dangerous for association. His involvement with early Death Eater recruitment and planning represented evolution from traditional pure-blood political activity to something approaching revolutionary conspiracy, as peaceful methods for maintaining supremacist dominance proved inadequate against enemies who were using democratic processes to advance egalitarian objectives that threatened the fundamental basis of pure-blood authority. The magical research that he sponsored during this period focused on developing techniques that could be used to eliminate opposition to pure-blood supremacy through methods that were more efficient and permanent than traditional political manipulation or economic pressure. The innovations that emerged from this work would later be incorporated into the systematic terrorism that characterized Voldemort's approach to social transformation, though Orion's own involvement was carefully concealed through layers of misdirection and deniable connection. But perhaps most significantly, his activities during this period established networks of alliance and obligation that would provide foundation for the organized resistance to democratic changes that was beginning to coalesce around figures whose charisma and magical ability made them natural leaders for pure-blood families, who felt their traditional authority slipping away. The birth of Sirius Black III in 1959 represented both continuation of family traditions and beginning of developments that would ultimately destroy everything that previous generations had worked to achieve. The child who would become the most famous rebel in Black family history was born into circumstances that were designed to ensure his absolute loyalty to supremacist principles, but also shaped by tensions and contradictions that would eventually prove more powerful than any amount of careful indoctrination or ideological education. His early magical development was remarkable, even by Black family standards, displaying abilities that suggested he had inherited the best characteristics from generations of careful breeding while avoiding the genetic weaknesses that sometimes resulted from excessive bloodline concentration. But his intellectual development proceeded along lines that would prove incompatible with the rigid thinking that pure-blood ideology required, as he demonstrated curiosity and independence that were valuable traits for individual achievement, but dangerous characteristics for maintaining unquestioning loyalty to inherited beliefs. The household atmosphere in which young Sirius was raised reflected his parents' growing desperation to maintain pure blood values in a world that was becoming increasingly hostile to such beliefs, creating an environment that was oppressive even by traditional Black family standards. The systematic brutality that characterized domestic life at Grimmauld Place during this period was not just continuation of inherited traditions, but intensification of those traditions in response to external pressures that made any sign of weakness potentially catastrophic for family survival. Regulus Black, II's birth in 1961, provided Orion and Wellberger with opportunity to apply lessons learned from their experience, raising their first son, whose rebellious tendencies had become apparent despite their best efforts to ensure his ideological compliance. Their approach to his education was modified to emphasize absolute obedience and unquestioning acceptance of family authority, while his exposure to external influences was even more strictly controlled than his brother's had been. But the political environment in which both boys came of age was being transformed by forces that no amount of family preparation could neutralize or control. The rise of Voldemort as leader of organized resistance to democratic changes in magical society provided pure-blood families with champion whose magical ability and political vision seemed to offer hope for reversing trends that threatened their traditional dominance, but also demanded commitments that went far beyond anything previous generations had been asked to accept. The involvement of family members in early Death Eater activities represented natural evolution of pure-blood supremacist thinking to its logical conclusion, but it also marked point of no return from which retreat would be impossible, regardless of how circumstances might change or what prices such involvement might ultimately demand. The magical mark that bound Death Eaters to Voldemort's service was not just symbol of loyalty, but magical contract that subordinated individual will to collective purpose in ways that traditional pure-blood family structure had never required. Bellatrix Black's emergence as most fanatically devoted supporter of Voldemort's cause represented both triumph and tragedy for family breeding and educational programs that had been designed to produce individuals who would advance pure-blood interests through their exceptional capabilities and unwavering commitment. Her magical ability exceeded anything that previous generations had achieved, while her dedication to supremacist ideology was so absolute that it approached religious devotion rather than political conviction. But her psychological development also revealed dangerous consequences of educational methods that emphasized ideology over individual judgment, producing someone whose commitment to abstract principles was so complete that it overrode normal human emotional responses and moral considerations. The cruelty that would characterize her adult career was not learned behavior, but logical extension of beliefs that had been systematically reinforced throughout her childhood and adolescence. Her relationship with her sisters reflected growing tensions within the family about how supremacist principles should be applied in practice, and what kinds of compromise might be acceptable when rigid adherence to inherited beliefs created conflicts with individual happiness or family harmony. The differences that would eventually divide them were already apparent during their childhood years, as each sister developed different understanding of what pure-blood heritage meant and how it should influence their choices throughout their adult lives. Andromeda's early signs of independence and questioning attitude toward family traditions created concerns that were intensified by memory of previous rebellions that had cost the family valuable members and resources. Her intellectual development was remarkable, and her magical ability was strong, but her curiosity about different approaches to blood purity and social organization suggested potential for ideological deviation that could not be tolerated given the family's current circumstances and future objectives. Narcissa's development followed patterns that were more consistent with family expectations, displaying the kind of political sophistication and tactical thinking that would be necessary for maintaining pure-blood influence through whatever challenges the future might bring. Her understanding of how to present supremacist views in ways that would be acceptable to broader magical society, while maintaining their essential meaning, showed promise for adaptation that might allow the family to survive social changes that were destroying other supremacist organizations. The magical education that all three sisters received was enhanced with subjects that reflected growing recognition that traditional pure-blood advantages were being challenged by enemies who understood those advantages well enough to develop effective countermeasures. They learned not just magical techniques and supremacist ideology, but practical skills for operating in hostile environment where their beliefs could not be expressed openly without triggering opposition that might prove overwhelming. But perhaps most importantly, they absorbed understanding that maintaining pure-blood dominance would require sacrifices that previous generations had not been asked to make, commitments that went beyond personal comfort or individual preference to encompass willingness to subordinate everything to larger cause that transcended normal human concerns about happiness or fulfillment. The transformation of Grimmauld Place during this period from family home into something approaching military headquarters reflected Orion's recognition that circumstances were moving beyond the point where pure-blood influence could be maintained through traditional political activity and social manipulation. The house became center for activities that were increasingly divorced from normal family life, as political objectives consumed resources and attention that might otherwise have been devoted to domestic concerns and personal relationships. The isolation that resulted from these changes affected every family member in ways that would influence their subsequent development and choices, creating psychological pressures that made normal emotional connections difficult, while intensifying bonds between individuals who shared commitment to beliefs that were becoming increasingly difficult to maintain in face of external opposition and internal doubt. The networks of alliance and coordination that Orion established with other pure-blood families during this period created foundation for organized resistance to democratic changes that were threatening traditional magical hierarchy, but also committed participating families to courses of action that would prove irreversible regardless of how circumstances might evolve, or what prices such commitment might ultimately demand from individuals who had not chosen their heritage or inherited their obligations. As the 1970s approached and political tensions throughout magical society reached levels that made open conflict seem inevitable, the Black family stood poised between past and future, inheritors of power that was still formidable, but also bearers of ideological commitments that were becoming increasingly difficult to reconcile with realities that their supremacist beliefs had not anticipated and their traditional methods could not address effectively. The choices that the next generation would make would determine whether their legacy would be remembered as successful defense of valuable traditions or stubborn adherence to principles that changing circumstances had made both obsolete and destructive. The autumn of 1959 brought to 12 Grimmauld Place a child whose birth would mark the beginning of the end for everything the Black family had spent centuries building and preserving. Sirius Black III entered the world during a thunderstorm that shattered windows throughout the ancient house, his first cries mingling with the howling wind that seemed to carry prophecies of transformation and destruction that no amount of pure blood preparation could prevent or control. Even the house elves whispered among themselves that this child was different, that his magical aura carried undertones of rebellion that would challenge every tradition his ancestors had died to establish and maintain. From his earliest moments, young Sirius displayed the kind of magical ability that validated every principle upon which Black family breeding had been based, but also the intellectual independence that would prove incompatible with the rigid ideology that such breeding was meant to preserve. His accidental magic was powerful and precise, suggesting genetic inheritance that had been successfully concentrated through generations of careful marriage, but it was also unpredictable in ways that reflected psychological characteristics his parents had not intended to cultivate. The nursery where he spent his early years was surrounded by portraits of ancestors whose painted eyes tracked his movements with expressions that ranged from approval to growing concern, as they recognized in his developing personality traits that had been systematically bred out of the family bloodline for good reason. The magical heirlooms that served as his toys responded to his touch with energy that was both impressive and troubling, revealing power that was undeniably strong, but also potentially ungovernable if it was not properly channeled through absolute commitment to family values. His education began before he could properly speak, conducted according to methods that had been refined through generations of successful indoctrination, but enhanced with techniques that reflected his parents' desperation to ensure that this heir would not follow the path of rebellion that had cost them so many valuable family members. Orion and Walburga understood that they were raising not just their son, but the potential salvation or destruction of everything their ancestors had achieved through centuries of sacrifice and careful planning. The magical instruction that shaped his early development was comprehensive in ways that would have impressed even previous generations of black family educators, covering not just approved pure-blood magic, but forbidden techniques that had been preserved in family grimoires, for use only by those whose loyalty was absolutely certain. Young Sirius learned to brew potions that could influence minds and emotions before he was old enough to attend Hogwarts, mastered transfiguration that could alter reality at fundamental levels, rather than merely changing superficial appearances, and began to understand theoretical foundations of dark arts that were considered too dangerous for most adult wizards to study. But the political indoctrination that accompanied his magical education was even more intensive, conducted through methods that were designed to create absolute commitment to supremacist ideology that could not be shaken by exposure to alternative viewpoints or contradictory evidence. He was surrounded by books, portraits, and magical artifacts that reinforced pure blood values while systematically excluding any information that might support different conclusions about the relationship between magical heritage and social organization. The social environment in which he was raised was carefully controlled to include only children from families whose commitment to pure blood supremacy was unquestionable and whose own indoctrination was sufficiently complete to prevent them from inadvertently exposing young Sirius to ideas that might challenge his developing political convictions. These playmates were not chosen for compatibility or friendship, but for their value as reinforcement agents who would strengthen his commitment to family values through peer pressure and social modeling. But despite every precaution and preparation, signs of his eventual rebellion began to manifest during his early childhood through behaviors that seemed innocent but revealed psychological characteristics that would prove incompatible with the rigid obedience that pure blood ideology required. His questions about family history displayed curiosity that extended beyond approved subjects to include topics that were deliberately excluded from his education. His treatment of house elves showed disturbing tendencies toward empathy that contradicted everything he had been taught about the proper relationship between superior and inferior beings. Most troubling was his reaction to stories about family members who had been disowned for betraying pure blood values, as he displayed interest in their motivations and circumstances, rather than simple condemnation of their disloyalty. His parents recognized these signs as warning signals that their educational methods might be insufficient to ensure his absolute commitment to family principles, but their attempts to intensify his indoctrination only seemed to strengthen his resistance to accepting inherited beliefs without independent verification. The magical devices that were created specifically for monitoring and influencing his development represented some of the most sophisticated enchantment work that the Black family had ever attempted, combining traditional pure blood magic with innovations that pushed the boundaries of what individual wizards could achieve through careful research and unlimited resources. These instruments could detect the earliest signs of ideological deviation, while also providing subtle influence designed to reinforce approved thinking patterns without creating awareness that external manipulation was being applied. But young Sirius's natural magical resistance was stronger than anticipated, allowing him to unconsciously neutralize influences that should have been impossible for someone his age to recognize or counter. The failure of these sophisticated control methods was first indication that he possessed capabilities that exceeded not just normal expectations, but the theoretical limits that family magical research had established for what pure blood inheritance could produce. His relationship with his younger brother Regulus, born in 1961, revealed both the depth of his natural leadership abilities and the growing tension between his individual personality and the role that family tradition assigned to him. Regulus's development followed more conventional patterns, his magical ability strong and his political views aligned with family expectations, but his personality was overshadowed by his older brother's charismatic presence and intellectual dominance. The contrast between the brothers became apparent early in their childhood, as Sirius displayed confidence and independence that were impressive but potentially dangerous, while Regulus showed the kind of dutiful compliance that pure blood families valued, but which also suggested psychological weakness that might prove catastrophic if he were required to assume family leadership during period of crisis or challenge. Orion and Walburga's attempts to balance their son's development created household dynamics that were strained by awareness that one child was probably unsuitable for inheritance, while the other was reluctantly compliant but might not possess the strength of character necessary for maintaining family influence during period when their enemies were becoming increasingly organized and determined. The magical education that both boys received was enhanced with subjects that reflected growing recognition that pure blood families were facing threats that required capabilities beyond traditional supremacist training. They learned detection methods that could identify enemies who used advanced disguise techniques, defensive magic that could repel attacks using methods that hadn't existed when family security systems were originally designed, and most importantly, psychological techniques for maintaining ideological commitment when exposed to propaganda that was specifically designed to undermine pure blood convictions. But the most significant aspect of their education was preparation for eventual involvement in organized resistance to democratic changes that were threatening traditional magical hierarchy. Training that went beyond theoretical instruction to include practical exercises in activities that were technically illegal but necessary for defending supremacist principles against enemies who were using legal processes to advance objectives that traditional pure blood families could not accept. The summer visits to other pure blood estates during this period provided opportunities for the boys to observe how different families were adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining their essential commitment to supremacist ideology. Some had chosen to retreat into complete isolation, surrounding themselves with magical protections that were so comprehensive that they amounted to voluntary imprisonment within their ancestral homes. Others had attempted to moderate their positions enough to remain influential within mainstream magical society, while preserving their core beliefs through private practices that were concealed from public observation. But the most impressive examples were families who had chosen to fight back against democratic changes through organized activity that was coordinated with like-minded organizations throughout magical society. These families demonstrated that pure-blood traditions could be preserved through active resistance rather than passive acceptance of defeat, though such resistance required commitments that went far beyond anything previous generations had been asked to make in service of their beliefs. The emergence of Lord Voldemort as leader of organized pure-blood resistance created opportunities that exceeded anything the Black family had previously imagined possible, offering hope that traditional magical hierarchy could be restored through systematic elimination of opposition rather than gradual accommodation to democratic changes. His charismatic leadership and exceptional magical ability made him natural champion for families whose own capabilities were insufficient for achieving their political objectives through individual effort. But alliance with Voldemort also required acceptance of methods that were more extreme than traditional pure-blood families had typically employed, though the logic that justified such methods was consistent with supremacist ideology when taken to its ultimate conclusions. If inferior beings were indeed inferior, then their elimination could be justified as necessary for protecting magical civilization from contamination and degradation that would ultimately destroy everything valuable about wizarding society. The decision to support Voldemort's movement was not made lightly by families like the Blacks, who understood that such involvement would commit them to courses of action that were irreversible regardless of how circumstances might evolve or what prices such commitment might demand. But the alternative was acceptance of defeat that would mean the end of everything their ancestors had worked to achieve, making extreme action seem not just justified, but necessary for preserving any hope of maintaining pure-blood influence in magical society. Orion's involvement in Death Eater recruitment and planning was conducted through intermediaries and concealed connections that maintained plausible deniability, while providing substantial resources and capabilities that enhanced Voldemort's ability to challenge democratic changes through organized violence rather than political process. The Black family's ancient knowledge of dark arts and their networks of influence throughout pure-blood society proved invaluable for establishing organizational structure that could function effectively despite official opposition and legal persecution. But perhaps more importantly, the family's reputation for absolute commitment to supremacist principles made them natural leaders within movement that required ideological purity as much as magical ability, ensuring that participants would maintain loyalty to cause even when individual survival was threatened by increasingly effective opposition from enemies who were learning to counter traditional pure-blood advantages through coordination and superior numbers. The transformation of young Sirius during his pre-Hogwarts years reflected growing tension between his natural personality and the expectations that family tradition and current circumstances created for him. His magical ability continued to develop according to patterns that validated pure-blood breeding theories, but his psychological characteristics were evolving in directions that suggested he would not accept inherited obligations without independent evaluation of their validity and necessity. His questions about family history became increasingly sophisticated and challenging, revealing intellectual development that exceeded his parents' expectations while also demonstrating curiosity about subjects that were deliberately excluded from his education. His treatment of house elves continued to display empathy that contradicted fundamental assumptions about the proper relationship between superior and inferior beings, while his reactions to family stories about disowned members suggested sympathy rather than condemnation for those who had chosen individual conscience over family loyalty. The magical artifacts that responded to his presence began displaying behaviors that were unprecedented in family history, as ancient devices that had been created to serve pure blood interests started producing results that seemed to contradict their original programming. Detection instruments that should have identified external threats instead focused on internal contradictions within the household itself, while protective charms began failing in ways that suggested they were being actively countered by someone whose magical signature was too familiar for them to recognize as hostile. But the most troubling development was his unconscious influence on other family members, particularly his younger brother, whose dutiful compliance with family expectations began showing signs of strain when exposed to Sirius's alternative approaches to magical learning and political thinking. Regulus's questions about family traditions became more pointed when influenced by his brother's intellectual example, while his treatment of servants showed modifications that reflected exposure to different models of how power should be exercised over those who lacked the ability to resist. The preparation for his eventual enrollment at Hogwarts consumed the final months before his departure, as Orion and Walburga made desperate attempts to ensure that his exposure to external influences would not undermine the ideological foundation they had worked so hard to establish. They arranged for surveillance and influence networks that would monitor his activities and relationships while providing subtle pressure to maintain his commitment to family values, despite whatever challenges he might encounter. But they also understood that Hogwarts had changed fundamentally since their own student years, transformed by decades of progressive influence into an institution where pure-blood students could no longer assume automatic authority over their classmates, or take for granted that their inherited advantages would be respected by faculty whose own political views had been shaped by democratic rather than supremacist principles. The letters of recommendation and political pressure that accompanied his application were designed to ensure that his Hogwarts experience would be shaped by faculty members whose commitment to traditional values was absolute, while his housing and social arrangements were planned to minimize exposure to students whose backgrounds might provide attractive alternatives to pure-blood ideology. But even the most careful preparation could not completely control the environment that awaited him at Hogwarts, where the Sorting Hat's decision would determine not just his house placement, but the peer group whose influence would shape his development during the most crucial years of his ideological formation. The ceremony that would place him in Gryffindor rather than Slytherin was still months away, but the forces that would make such placement inevitable were already at work in psychological characteristics that no amount of family pressure could modify or suppress. The magical trunk that was prepared for his departure contained not just the normal supplies that Hogwarts students required, but an arsenal of detection devices and protective artifacts that would provide security capabilities far beyond anything that school regulations anticipated or approved. His parents understood that they were sending him into hostile territory where his safety could not be guaranteed through normal institutional protections, requiring personal defenses that could counter threats that school administration might not recognize or might be unable to address effectively. But the most significant preparation was psychological rather than magical, as months of intensive instruction attempted to prepare him for intellectual and emotional challenges that would test every aspect of his commitment to family values and supremacist ideology. He was taught techniques for maintaining ideological purity when exposed to propaganda that was designed to undermine pure blood convictions, methods for identifying and resisting magical influence that might be used to modify his political beliefs, and most importantly, strategies for maintaining family loyalty when circumstances created conflicts between inherited obligations and individual preferences. The farewell ceremony that marked his departure for Hogwarts was conducted with solemnity that reflected both pride in his achievements and anxiety about challenges that awaited him in an environment that could not be controlled through family influence or protective magic. The blessings that were pronounced over him by family portraits and ancestral spirits were not just expressions of affection but magical protections designed to preserve his commitment to pure blood principles despite whatever temptations, or pressures he might encounter. But as the train carried him away from everything familiar toward destiny that would transform not just his own life, but the entire future of his family's legacy, the seeds of rebellion that had been planted during his childhood were already beginning to germinate in ways that no amount of preparation could prevent or control. The boy who departed Grimmauld Place as hope for family continuity would return as agent of its destruction, though the transformation would take years to complete and would require choices that no one could have anticipated when his journey toward independence first began. The platform at King's Cross Station provided his first exposure to magical families whose approach to blood purity differed significantly from everything he had been taught to expect. As he observed interactions between pure blood and mixed heritage students that revealed social dynamics more complex than his family's simplified ideology could accommodate. The casual friendship between children, whose backgrounds should have made them natural enemies, challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between heritage and character that had been reinforced throughout his childhood. But perhaps most significantly, his first glimpse of James Potter marked the beginning of a relationship that would prove more influential than any amount of family indoctrination, friendship that would provide alternative model for how pure blood heritage could be expressed through service to broader community rather than narrow factional interests. The confidence and natural leadership that James displayed were impressive in themselves, but they were combined with values that emphasized protection of the weak rather than domination over them, justice rather than privilege, courage in service of others rather than advancement of personal or family advantage. The Sorting Hat's decision to place him in Gryffindor, rather than Slytherin, represented more than simple house assignment, but fundamental challenge to family identity that had been based on centuries of unbroken tradition in the house, of ambition and cunning. The choice reflected psychological characteristics that were incompatible with pure blood ideology as his family understood it, suggesting that his development had proceeded along lines that no amount of careful breeding and intensive indoctrination could completely control. The howler that arrived from his mother the following morning was enhanced with curses that made her rage audible throughout the Great Hall, while also serving as public declaration that the Black family was not responsible for the heir's betrayal of inherited values and traditions. But the magical fire that consumed the letter after delivering its message of disappointment and threat also revealed to observant students that pure-blood families were not as unified or invulnerable as their public presentations suggested. His relationship with James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew during his Hogwarts years provided education in friendship and loyalty that was fundamentally different from the conditional relationships that characterized pure-blood family structures. These were bonds based on mutual respect and shared values rather than inherited obligation and political necessity, demonstrating possibilities for human connection that pure-blood ideology claimed were inferior to family loyalty, but which proved more psychologically satisfying and emotionally sustainable. The magical pranks and adventures that defined his student years were not simple entertainment, but exploration of possibilities that existed beyond the narrow boundaries of approved pure-blood behavior, experiments in using magical ability for purposes that served joy and friendship rather than domination and control. Each successful prank demonstrated that power could be exercised in ways that created laughter rather than fear, that magical superiority could be used to protect and amuse rather than intimidate and oppress. But the most transformative aspect of his Hogwarts experience was exposure to Muggle-born students whose magical abilities equaled or exceeded his own despite their supposedly inferior heritage, providing undeniable evidence that pure-blood ideology was based on false assumptions about the relationship between bloodline and magical potential. Lily Evans's exceptional performance in subjects that pureblood families considered their natural domain challenged everything he had been taught about genetic superiority and inherited advantage. The friendship that developed between James Potter and Lily Evans provided model for relationships that transcended blood status, while also demonstrating that pure-blood wizards could maintain their identity and values while rejecting supremacist assumptions about their inherent superiority over those whose heritage was different. Their romance challenged fundamental assumptions about the importance of bloodline compatibility, while also proving that powerful magical families could adapt to changing social conditions without losing their essential character. His gradual adoption of political views that directly contradicted his family's supremacist ideology was not sudden conversion, but systematic intellectual evolution that was based on evidence and experience rather than emotional rebellion against inherited authority. Each year at Hogwarts provided additional proof that pure blood assumptions about magical society were not just morally questionable, but factually incorrect, requiring either modification of beliefs to accommodate new evidence or rejection of evidence to preserve comfortable certainties. The letters he sent home during his school years revealed growing distance from family values that was intellectual rather than emotional, as he attempted to share insights and observations that challenged pure-blood ideology while maintaining personal affection for family members whose political views he was beginning to find unacceptable. His efforts to bridge the gap between inherited loyalty and developing conscience created correspondence that was increasingly strained and ultimately hostile, as fundamental disagreements about the nature of magical society became impossible to ignore or minimize. Meanwhile, the birth and early development of Regulus Black II in 1961 provided Orion and Walburga with opportunity to apply lessons learned from their experience with their first son, whose rebellious tendencies had become apparent despite their best efforts to ensure his ideological compliance. Their approach to Regulus's education was modified to emphasize absolute obedience and unquestioning acceptance of family authority, while his exposure to external influences was even more strictly controlled than his brother's had been. The contrast between the brothers' personalities became apparent early in Regulus's childhood, as he displayed the kind of dutiful compliance that his parents had hoped to cultivate in both sons, while lacking the intellectual independence and natural leadership qualities that made Sirius both valuable and dangerous. His magical development was strong and consistent, following patterns that had been established through previous generations of successful black family breeding, but his psychological characteristics suggested someone who would be effective follower rather than innovative leader. His early education was conducted according to methods that had been refined through experience with Sirius's unexpected resistance to indoctrination, incorporating additional safeguards and reinforcement techniques that were designed to prevent the kind of intellectual rebellion that had compromised their first son's loyalty to family values. The magical artifacts that surrounded him during his childhood were chosen specifically for their ability to reinforce pure-blood ideology, while suppressing curiosity about alternative viewpoints or contradictory evidence. But the most significant aspect of his upbringing was the systematic isolation from his brother's influence, as Orion and Walburga recognized that Sirius's developing political views were infectious and could undermine their efforts to ensure Regulus's absolute commitment to family principles. The household was effectively divided into separate spheres of influence, with different rules and expectations applied to each son according to their perceived susceptibility to ideological deviation. The summer holidays that brought Sirius home from Hogwarts became periods of intense conflict, as his exposure to alternative political views and diverse friendships made him increasingly critical of family traditions and supremacist assumptions that he had once accepted without question. His challenges to family authority were not simple adolescent rebellion, but systematic intellectual critique of pure blood ideology that revealed its logical inconsistencies and practical limitations. The confrontations between Sirius and his parents during these periods were legendary within family circles, as three powerful wizards, whose magical abilities were equally impressive, struggled for dominance through arguments that were both personal and political. Orion's attempts to reassert parental authority through traditional methods proved ineffective against Sun, whose intellectual development had exceeded the boundaries that family education was designed to establish, while Walburga's emotional appeals to family loyalty were countered by ethical arguments that she could not refute without abandoning rational discourse entirely. But perhaps most troubling for his parents was the influence that his rebellion was having on other family members, particularly his younger brother, whose own commitment to pure blood values began showing signs of uncertainty when exposed to intellectual challenges that he had not been prepared to address. The household dynamics that had been carefully structured to ensure ideological compliance were being disrupted by presence of someone whose very existence challenged the assumptions upon which family authority was based. The magical protections that surrounded Grimmauld Place during this period were enhanced with spells designed to prevent external influence on family members, while also monitoring internal activities for signs of ideological deviation that might require intervention before they could spread to other household members. But these measures proved insufficient against rebellion that was based on intellectual conviction rather than external manipulation, requiring approaches that the family's traditional methods could not address effectively. The involvement of extended family members in attempts to influence Sirius's development revealed both the depth of concern about his rebellion and the limited options available for addressing challenges that were unprecedented in family history. Alfred Black's growing sympathy for his nephew's position created additional complications, as his own questioning of family methods began to undermine the unified authority that was necessary for maintaining control over household members whose loyalty was not absolutely certain. The summer before Sirius's final year at Hogwarts marked the point of no return in his relationship with family values and expectations, as his commitment to alternative political views became so complete that compromise was no longer possible without abandoning either his developing conscience or his inherited obligations. The ultimatum that his parents delivered required him to choose between family loyalty and individual integrity, understanding that either choice would have consequences that extended far beyond personal relationships to affect the entire future of Black family influence and identity. His response to their demands revealed the depth of transformation that his Hogwarts years had accomplished, as he demonstrated that his commitment to democratic values and rejection of supremacist ideology was not temporary rebellion, but permanent evolution of character that could not be reversed through pressure or persuasion. The intellectual independence that his parents had initially encouraged as valuable leadership trait had developed beyond their ability to control or redirect, creating challenge to family authority that threatened everything they had worked to preserve. The months that followed were characterized by escalating conflict as family attempts to reassert control over their rebellious heir met resistance that was both passive and active, intellectual and emotional, personal and political. Sirius's refusal to moderate his positions or accept compromises that would have preserved family relationships, while allowing him to maintain his developing convictions, created household atmosphere that was toxic for everyone involved. But the most significant development during this period was the emergence of clear evidence that Regulus was being influenced by his brother's example, despite careful efforts to shield him from such contamination. His questions about family traditions became more pointed and challenging, while his treatment of house elves showed modifications that reflected exposure to alternative models of how authority should be exercised over those who lacked power to resist. The recognition that both sons were potentially lost to family ideology created crisis that threatened not just current generation but entire future of Black family influence and identity. Without heirs who were committed to supremacist principles, the accumulated wealth and knowledge that had been preserved through centuries of sacrifice and careful planning would be wasted, or, worse, turned against the very causes that had justified their acquisition. The desperation that drove Orion and Walburga's final attempts to maintain control over their sons led them to consider methods that previous generations would have rejected as too dangerous or too likely to create permanent damage to family relationships. The magical techniques for enforcing obedience that they contemplated using would have guaranteed compliance, but also destroyed the independent thinking and natural leadership abilities that made their sons valuable as potential family leaders. The decision to allow circumstances to develop without magical intervention reflected recognition that some battles could not be won through force or manipulation, that intellectual conviction could not be overcome through external pressure when it was based on evidence and reasoning rather than emotional attachment or political propaganda. But it also represented acceptance of defeat that was more complete than any previous generation of Black family leaders had been forced to acknowledge. As Sirius's final year at Hogwarts approached, and the inevitability of his complete rebellion became apparent to everyone involved, the family began preparing for future that would not include their primary heir as active participant in supremacist activities or supporter of traditional pure blood values. The legal and magical procedures for formal disownment were reviewed and updated to ensure that his separation from family identity would be as complete as possible, while contingency plans were developed for maintaining family influence through remaining members whose loyalty was more reliable. But beneath the practical preparations lay emotional devastation that was more profound than any previous family crisis had created, as the loss of Sirius represented not just personal betrayal but failure of educational and breeding methods that had been refined through generations of successful application. The recognition that their most promising heir was also their greatest disappointment forced acknowledgement that pure blood ideology might contain fundamental flaws that no amount of careful implementation could overcome. The transformation of family dynamics that resulted from this crisis would influence every subsequent decision about marriage, education, and political activity, as the remaining family members struggled to maintain their commitment to supremacist principles while adapting to realities that those principles had not anticipated and could not adequately address. The seeds of eventual destruction had been planted by the very success of their breeding programs, creating individuals whose capabilities exceeded their ancestors while also transcending the ideological limitations that were supposed to ensure their loyalty to family traditions and pure blood values. The autumn of 1970 marked the moment when philosophical disagreements within the Black family transformed into irreconcilable warfare that would consume everything their ancestors had built through centuries of careful planning and systematic supremacist dedication. The final confrontation between Sirius Black III and his parents occurred not in the familiar chambers of Grimmauld Place, but in the neutral territory of Diagon Alley, where witnesses from throughout pure-blood society could observe the spectacular failure of traditional family authority to control an heir whose intellectual development had exceeded every boundary that ideology and breeding were supposed to establish. The public nature of their dispute was itself revolutionary, as previous generations of Black family conflicts had been conducted behind closed doors, where family reputation could be preserved, regardless of the outcome of internal struggles, for authority and ideological dominance. But Sirius's decision to challenge his parents' values in full view of magical society represented complete rejection of the discretion and political calculation that had characterized pure-blood family management for centuries, demonstrating that his rebellion extended beyond simple disagreement with specific policies to encompass fundamental transformation of character that made him incompatible with any form of supremacist thinking. The magical duel that erupted between Orion Black and his eldest son was brief but devastating in its implications for family unity and future prospects, as father and son demonstrated that their conflict had progressed beyond the point where reconciliation was possible through compromise or negotiation. The spells they exchanged were not intended to cause serious injury, but to establish dominance through superior magical ability. Yet, the very fact that such conflict was occurring publicly revealed the complete breakdown of family authority that pure-blood ideology claimed was natural and unshakable. Orion's humiliation at being fought to a standstill by someone who was supposed to be subordinate to his authority created scandal that reverberated throughout supremacist circles, as other pure-blood families recognized that traditional methods for maintaining family discipline were proving inadequate against younger generation, whose exposure to democratic ideas had given them both the motivation and capability to resist inherited obligations that they found morally unacceptable. But the most devastating aspect of the confrontation was Sirius's public declaration that he would rather die than serve the Death Eater, cause that his family was supporting through their alliance with Voldemort's movement, representing rejection so complete that it challenged not just specific political positions, but the fundamental assumptions about family loyalty and inherited obligation that formed the theoretical foundation of pure-blood social organization. The disownment ceremony that followed was conducted with unprecedented thoroughness and malevolent intensity, as Orion and Walburga understood that their son's rebellion represented existential threat to family identity that required response proportionate to the danger his continued existence posed to their reputation and influence. The magical fire that burned his name from the family tree was enhanced with curses designed to ensure that his separation from family bloodline would be permanent and irreversible, cutting connections that had existed since birth and creating isolation that would persist even beyond death itself. But the ritual's effectiveness was compromised by Sirius's own magical resistance, as his natural abilities had developed beyond the point where family magic could completely control or eliminate his connection to bloodline that had created him. The partial failure of the disownment process created ongoing vulnerability that would haunt the family for years to come, as his continuing existence represented living proof that their ideology could be rejected by those who understood it most completely. His departure from the family home was witnessed by house elves, whose terror at observing such unprecedented rebellion against pure-blood authority created atmospheric disturbance that affected magical protections throughout the Partmosiv, building for months afterward. The ancient wards that had been designed to protect family members from external threats began malfunctioning when applied to someone whose magical signature identified him as both Black family heir and declared enemy of everything the family of everything. Family represented the alliance that formed between Sirius and James Potter during their final years at Hogwarts represented more than simple friendship, but partnership in developing alternative approaches to pure-blood identity that maintained magical traditions while rejecting supremacist assumptions about their inherent superiority over those whose heritage was different. Their collaborative magical research produced innovations that were impressive in their own right, while also demonstrating that pure-blood capabilities could be enhanced through cooperation with mixed heritage wizards rather than isolation from them. Their involvement in resistance activities against Death Eater recruitment efforts at Hogwarts provided practical education in asymmetric warfare that complemented their theoretical understanding of how organized movements could challenge established authority through coordinated action rather than individual heroism. The techniques they developed for identifying and countering supremacist influence among their classmates would later prove valuable when applied to broader resistance against Voldemort's systematic campaign to eliminate democratic elements within magical society. But perhaps most significantly, their partnership demonstrated that pure-blood wizards could maintain their essential identity while embracing values that were more compatible with democratic principles, that magical heritage could be source of pride without becoming foundation for oppression of those whose backgrounds were different. This represented possibility for evolution rather than destruction of pure-blood traditions, adaptation that could preserve valuable elements, while eliminating aspects that were morally unacceptable and politically unsustainable. The formation of the Order of the Phoenix provided organizational structure that allowed their resistance activities to expand beyond student pranks and informal opposition into systematic campaign against Death Eater influence throughout magical society. Sirius's recruitment into the Order represented formal break with family expectations that was more complete than his Hogwarts rebellion had been, as he committed himself to active warfare against everything his ancestors had worked to achieve through their dedication to pure-blood supremacy. His value to the Order extended beyond simple magical ability to include intimate knowledge of pure-blood family networks and supremacist organizational methods that had been acquired through his childhood exposure to the highest levels of traditionalist planning and coordination. The intelligence he provided about Death Eater recruitment and tactical approaches proved invaluable for developing countermeasures that could neutralize advantages that supremacist families had assumed were unassailable. But his involvement in Order activities also required psychological transformation that was more profound than his political evolution had been, as he learned to use his inherited knowledge and capabilities against people who had once been family, friends, and allies. The emotional cost of betraying relationships that had been formed during childhood was balanced against moral necessity of opposing ideology that he now recognized as fundamentally evil in its disregard for human dignity and individual worth. Meanwhile, the development of Regulus Black II during this same period reflected his parents' desperate attempts to ensure that their remaining heir would not follow his brother's path of rebellion and ideological betrayal. His education was intensified with additional safeguards against external influence, while his exposure to alternative viewpoints was eliminated entirely through magical means that prevented him from encountering ideas that might challenge his commitment to family values and supremacist principles. The isolation that resulted from these protective measures created psychological environment that was unhealthy in ways that his parents did not anticipate or understand, as human development required exposure to diverse influences and challenging ideas in order to produce individuals who were capable of independent judgment and effective leadership. The attempt to create perfect ideological compliance was producing psychological characteristics that were brittle rather than strong, dependent on external support rather than internally generated conviction. His enrollment at Hogwarts in 1972 occurred under circumstances that were far more controlled than his brother's experience had been, as family influence was used to ensure that his house placement, roommate assignments, and social opportunities would be shaped by faculty and students whose commitment to traditional values was absolute. The surveillance networks that monitored his activities were more sophisticated than anything previous generations of Black family heirs had required, incorporating magical devices and human agents that could provide real-time information about his intellectual and emotional development. But despite these precautions, his exposure to his brother's reputation and continuing influence at Hogwarts created complications that no amount of family preparation could completely control. Students and faculty who remembered Sirius's exceptional abilities and charismatic leadership inevitably compared Regulus to his predecessor, creating psychological pressure that was difficult for someone whose confidence was less naturally developed to manage effectively. His placement in Slytherin House, according to family expectations, provided social environment that was more compatible with supremacist ideology, but it also exposed him to pure-blood students whose own families were grappling with similar challenges in maintaining traditional values while adapting to changing political and social conditions. The informal discussions that occurred in Slytherin Common Room revealed that many pure-blood families were experiencing internal tensions, similar to those that were destroying Black family unity. The recruitment efforts that began targeting Hogwarts students during Regulus's early years at school were more sophisticated and systematic than anything previous generations had encountered, as Voldemort's organization had learned to identify and cultivate individuals whose psychological characteristics made them susceptible to supremacist appeals, regardless of their family backgrounds or inherited political views. The techniques being used were based on modern understanding of human psychology, rather than traditional assumptions about bloodline loyalty and inherited obligation. Regulus's initial attraction to Death Eater ideology was not surprising given his upbringing and family expectations, but his enthusiasm for their cause exceeded what his parents had anticipated and created concerns about his psychological stability. Under the intense pressures that membership in Voldemort's organization was known to create, his willingness to embrace methods that were more extreme than traditional pure-blood families had typically employed suggested that his ideological indoctrination had been too successful, creating commitment that was fanatical rather than rational. The formal recruitment ceremony that marked his entry into Death Eater ranks was conducted with magical rituals that bound him to Voldemort's service through methods that went far beyond simple loyalty oaths to create psychological and spiritual connections that could not be broken through normal means. The dark mark that was burned into his forearm was not just symbol of membership, but magical contract that subordinated his individual will to collective purpose in ways that traditional pure-blood family structure had never required. But the most troubling aspect of his recruitment was the recognition that Voldemort's organization was attracting pure-blood wizards through appeals that transcended family loyalty to create new form of identity that was based on magical ability and ideological commitment, rather than inherited bloodline and traditional authority. This represented evolution of supremacist thinking that was more dangerous than anything previous generations had encountered, because it was more logically consistent and practically effective than traditional approaches. The activities that Regulus undertook in service of Death Eater objectives during the early 1970s were initially limited to intelligence gathering and recruitment support, tasks that allowed him to demonstrate his commitment to the cause, while avoiding direct involvement in violence that might have psychological consequences that his family was not prepared to address. But the escalation of Voldemort's campaign against democratic elements within magical society required increasingly extreme actions from all organization members regardless of their personal preferences or family backgrounds. His participation in propaganda activities that were designed to terrorize Muggle-born wizards and their supporters represented first step toward direct involvement in systematic campaign of elimination that was Voldemort's ultimate objective for achieving pure-blood dominance. The psychological preparation that was required for such activities included techniques for suppressing empathy and normal human emotional responses that might interfere with efficient execution of necessary violence. But the most significant aspect of his Death Eater service was exposure to organizational methods and magical techniques that exceeded anything his family education had provided, demonstrating that Voldemort's movement possessed capabilities that traditional pure-blood families could not match through their own resources. The innovations in dark arts application and psychological manipulation that were being developed within Death Eater ranks represented evolution of supremacist methodology that was more sophisticated and effective than anything previous. Generations had imagined possible. The intelligence he gathered about Order of the Phoenix activities through his family connection to Sirius created operational advantages that proved invaluable for Death Eater planning, though the emotional cost of betraying his brother's trust was greater than he had anticipated when he first agreed to serve as informant. The psychological compartmentalization that was required to maintain effectiveness as spy while preserving family relationships created internal tensions that were difficult to sustain over extended periods. His growing awareness of the true scope of Voldemort's objectives for magical society transformation began to create doubts about the wisdom of supporting methods that were more extreme than anything traditional pure-blood ideology had ever contemplated, even in its most radical expressions. The systematic elimination of entire bloodlines, including those with partial pure-blood heritage, represented an approach to genetic purification that was more comprehensive and destructive than what family supremacist thinking had ever advocated. But perhaps most troubling was his gradual recognition that Voldemort's movement was not really about advancing pure-blood interests, but about establishing personal dictatorship that would subordinate all magical families, including traditional pure-blood houses, to a single individual whose power would be absolute and unquestionable. The alliance that pure-blood families had formed with Death Eater organization was based on false assumptions about shared objectives and mutual benefit. The discovery of Voldemort's Horcrux research represented a turning point in Regulus's understanding of what he had committed himself to supporting, as the magical techniques being employed went beyond anything that could be justified by supremacist ideology to encompass violations of natural law that threatened the fundamental structure of magical reality itself. The creation of Horcruxes required murder that was not just tactical necessity, but deliberate destruction of human soul for personal advantage. His investigation into the specific methods being used for Horcrux creation revealed that Voldemort's approach to achieving immortality involved techniques that were traditionally considered so dangerous that even dark wizards avoided them. Understanding that the magical consequences extended beyond individual practitioners to affect entire communities and potentially threaten the stability of magical world itself. The moral crisis that resulted from this discovery forced Regulus to choose between loyalty to organization that he had joined and commitment to preserving magical world that would be destroyed if Voldemort's methods were allowed to continue unchallenged. The decision required abandonment of everything he had been taught about the importance of pure-blood unity and organizational loyalty in favor of broader responsibility to magical civilization that transcended factional boundaries and ideological commitments. The mission that cost him his life was planned with understanding that success would require ultimate sacrifice, as the magical protections surrounding Voldemort's Horcrux were designed to ensure that anyone who attempted to interfere with their function would die in process of discovery or removal. But Regulus's commitment to preventing further damage to magical reality was so complete that personal survival became secondary consideration compared to opportunity to limit Voldemort's power and perhaps provide information that could be used by others to complete destruction of remaining Horcruxes. His infiltration of the cave where the Locket Horcrux was hidden demonstrated magical ability and tactical planning that exceeded anything his family education had suggested he possessed. revealing capabilities that had been developed through his Death Eater training, but turned against objectives that his instructors had never intended to support. The techniques he employed for bypassing Voldemort's defenses were based on intimate knowledge of dark arts principles that allowed him to anticipate and counter protections that would have defeated less comprehensively educated opponents. But the magical protections that surrounded the Horcrux were more sophisticated and deadly than even his enhanced capabilities could overcome through direct confrontation, requiring sacrifice that was both tactical necessity and personal choice to ensure that his mission would achieve its essential objective, even if he could not survive to witness its completion. The Inferi that dragged him beneath the lake's poisoned waters were animated through magic that was so fundamentally evil that resistance was impossible for anyone whose soul remained intact and uncorrupted. His final act of leaving instructions for Horcrux destruction with Creature represented hope that his sacrifice would not be meaningless, that someone would eventually complete the mission he had begun, and ensure that Voldemort's path to immortality would be blocked through actions that transcended family loyalty and ideological commitment to serve broader good that included protection of people whose heritage his upbringing had taught him to despise. The family's response to his disappearance revealed both their genuine grief at losing their remaining heir and their inability to acknowledge that his actions had been motivated by moral conviction rather than simple betrayal of family values and supremacist principles. The investigation they conducted into his fate was hampered by their unwillingness to consider that he might have chosen to oppose Voldemort despite his Death Eater membership, making it impossible for them to understand the true nature of his final mission or the heroic character of his ultimate sacrifice. Meanwhile, the parallel development of his female cousins during this same period was creating additional complications for family unity and ideological consistency, as each sister responded differently to pressures that were tearing apart traditional pure-blood society and forcing individuals to choose between inherited obligations and personal conscience. The choices they made would determine not just their own fates, but the future of Black family influence in magical world that was moving rapidly toward open warfare between democratic and supremacist forces. Bellatrix Black's transformation into Voldemort's most devoted follower represented both triumph and tragedy of family educational methods that had been designed to produce absolute commitment to supremacist ideology without regard for psychological consequences that such commitment might create when taken to its ultimate logical conclusions. Her magical ability was everything that pure blood breeding was meant to achieve, while her dedication to supremacist principles was so complete that it transcended normal human emotional responses and moral considerations. Her marriage to Rodolphus Lestrange in 1971 was celebrated as an alliance between pure-blood families whose shared commitment to supremacist ideology created foundation for coordinated resistance against democratic changes that threatened traditional magical hierarchy. The ceremony was attended by every significant Death Eater and their family supporters, serving as demonstration of solidarity and determination that was designed to intimidate opponents while reinforcing organizational cohesion among Voldemort's followers. But the relationship between Bellatrix and Rodolphus was less marriage than political partnership, as both individuals had subordinated personal desires and individual identity to service of cause that demanded complete dedication from its adherents. Their domestic arrangements reflected Death Eater organizational principles rather than traditional family values, with household management designed to serve political objectives rather than personal comfort or emotional satisfaction. The magical research that Bellatrix conducted during the early years of her marriage focused on developing new applications for existing torture techniques and psychological manipulation methods that could be used to extract information from captured enemies, while also serving as examples to others who might consider opposing Voldemort's authority. Her innovations in the application of unforgivable curses were particularly notable, creating variations that were more painful and psychologically devastating than traditional versions while leaving victims alive to serve as warnings to potential opponents. Her reputation for creative cruelty grew throughout Death Eater ranks as her methods for dealing with captured Order members became legendary for their effectiveness in breaking even the strongest wills and extracting information that conventional interrogation techniques could not obtain. But the psychological transformation that such activities required also isolated her from normal human relationships and emotional connections, creating dependency on violence and domination that was self-reinforcing and ultimately destructive to everything that made life meaningful. The contrast between Bellatrix's fanatical devotion and Andromeda's growing discomfort with family ideology became apparent during family gatherings, where political discussions revealed fundamental differences in their understanding of what pureblood heritage meant and how it should influence their choices throughout their adult lives. Andromeda's questions about the necessity of Death Eater methods and the morality of systematic persecution created tensions that could not be resolved through traditional family authority or logical argument. Her relationship with Ted Tonks began as intellectual friendship between Hogwarts students, whose shared interest in magical theory transcended the social boundaries that were supposed to prevent meaningful contact between pure-blood and Muggle-born wizards. Their conversations revealed that Muggle-born magical ability was not inferior imitation of pure-blood power, but genuine manifestation of magical potential that existed independently of hereditary advantages, challenging fundamental assumptions about the relationship between bloodline and magical worth. The secret courtship that developed between them required elaborate concealment from family surveillance networks that were designed to prevent exactly such relationships from forming, demonstrating that even the most comprehensive monitoring systems could be defeated by determined individuals whose commitment to personal happiness exceeded their fear of family retribution. Their meetings were conducted using magical techniques that Andromeda had learned from family education, but applied to purposes that her ancestors would have found abhorrent. The decision to pursue marriage, despite certain family opposition, represented choice between inherited obligation and individual conscience that was more profound than simple romantic preference. As Andromeda understood that such alliance would result in complete separation from everything familiar, while also challenging her own assumptions about the importance of bloodline purity that had been reinforced throughout her childhood and adolescence. The pregnancy that preceded their formal marriage created additional urgency for completing their union before family intervention could prevent it, while also providing opportunity for testing whether children of mixed heritage would inherit magical abilities that were consistent with pure-blood claims about genetic superiority. The birth of Nymphadora Tonks would eventually provide evidence that challenged supremacist ideology at its most fundamental level, demonstrating that mixed marriages could produce magical ability that exceeded pure-blood expectations. The disownment ceremony that followed Andromeda's marriage was conducted with particular vindictiveness that reflected not just disappointment at losing valuable family member, but rage at having supremacist assumptions challenged by someone whose own education and breeding should have made Zur Rebellion impossible. The magical fire that burned her name from family tree was enhanced with curses designed to cause ongoing psychological pain that would serve as deterrent to other family members who might consider similar betrayals. But the ritual also revealed limitations in family magical capabilities that had not been apparent during previous disownment ceremonies, as Andromeda's own magical development had proceeded to point where family control mechanisms were insufficient to completely sever connections that had been established through bloodline and shared experience. Her continuing existence as living contradiction to pure blood ideology created ongoing source of doubt and uncertainty that affected other family members' confidence in supremacist principles. Narcissa Black's response to her sister's divergent choices reflected careful calculation that was designed to preserve family relationships while maintaining personal safety in an environment where extreme political positions were, creating dangerous consequences for anyone whose loyalty was questioned by either side in developing conflict. Her approach to pure blood ideology was more pragmatic than fanatical, understanding that survival required adaptation rather than rigid adherence to inherited principles that circumstances were making increasingly costly to maintain. Her courtship with Lucius Malfoy represented alliance between pure-blood families who shared commitment to maintaining traditional authority, while also recognizing that changing circumstances required more sophisticated approaches than previous generations had needed to employ. The Malfoy family's reputation for political sophistication and tactical flexibility complemented the Black family's accumulated knowledge and resources, creating partnership that could adapt to changing conditions while preserving essential supremacist objectives. Their marriage in 1975 was conducted with magnificence that demonstrated the continuing wealth and influence of pure-blood families, while also serving as political statement about their determination to maintain traditional values. This beat social pressures to moderate their positions or accept compromises that would undermine fundamental principles. But the ceremony was also marked by awareness that they were celebrating alliance between families whose future prospects were uncertain given the escalating conflict between supremacist and democratic forces. The magical protections that were woven into their marriage bonds went beyond traditional pure-blood ceremonies to include defensive measures that would protect their future children from external influences that might compromise their commitment to family values and supremacist ideology. These innovations reflected recognition that traditional methods for ensuring bloodline loyalty were proving inadequate against enemies who understood those methods well enough to develop effective countermeasures. The birth of Draco Malfoy in 1980 represented both continuation of pure-blood traditions and adaptation to realities that were making traditional approaches to child-rearing increasingly complex and dangerous. His early education was conducted according to methods that incorporated lessons learned from both successful and failed attempts to ensure ideological compliance among pure-blood heirs, while his magical development was monitored through techniques that were more sophisticated than anything previous generations had required. But perhaps most significantly, his upbringing reflected understanding that pure-blood supremacy could no longer be maintained through traditional methods of political influence and social manipulation, requiring either complete victory through systematic elimination of opposition or acceptance of defeat that would mean the end of everything supremacist families had worked to achieve. The choice between these alternatives would determine not just his personal fate but the future of pure-blood ideology in magical society that was rapidly approaching the point where compromise would no longer be possible. The household dynamics at Grimmauld Place during this period reflected growing psychological strain that was affecting all family members as their political activities became increasingly dangerous, while their prospects for success became increasingly uncertain. The isolation that was necessary for maintaining security created environment that was toxic for normal human development, while the constant threat of discovery or betrayal made genuine emotional connections difficult to maintain, even between family members whose loyalty was supposedly absolute. Orion's health began deteriorating under pressures that were both physical and psychological, as his involvement in Death Eater support activities required capabilities that exceeded his natural limitations, while also creating stress that was incompatible with long-term survival. His death in 1979 was attributed to natural causes, but the timing and circumstances suggested that it might have been hastened by magical techniques that were designed to eliminate potential security risks before they could compromise ongoing operations. Wahlberger's response to her husband's death revealed the depth of psychological damage that years of ideological extremism and social isolation had inflicted on her character, as she transformed from merely unpleasant supremacist into something approaching personification of pure-blood hatred and paranoia. Her management of family affairs after Orion's death was characterized by increasing irrationality and cruelty that alienated even traditional family allies, while providing ammunition for enemies who wanted to discredit pure-blood ideology through association with obvious psychological instability. The portrait that was created to preserve her memory and continue her influence after her eventual death was enhanced with magical techniques that would allow her to maintain active involvement in family affairs indefinitely, ensuring that her commitment to supremacist principles would continue to shape household dynamics long after her physical death. But the portrait also concentrated and amplified her worst characteristics, creating presence that was more destructive than beneficial for family unity and individual psychological health. The magical devices that proliferated throughout Grimmauld Place during this period reflected growing paranoia about security threats that were both real and imagined, as the family's involvement in Death Eater activities made them legitimate targets for Order operations, while their own psychological deterioration made them see enemies in every shadow and betrayal in every relationship. The detection equipment that was supposed to provide security instead created an atmosphere of constant surveillance that made normal family interaction impossible. The house elf management that reached its most extreme expression during Wahlberger's reign of terror demonstrated how supremacist ideology could be applied without restraint when no external authority existed to moderate its implementation. The systematic torture that characterized servant discipline was not just practical demonstration of pure-blood authority, but psychological outlet for frustrations that could not be expressed through normal channels given the secrecy requirements that governed their political activities. But perhaps the most tragic aspect of the household's deterioration was its effect on the remaining family members, particularly house elves, whose psychological conditioning had been so complete that they continued to serve faithfully, even when their treatment exceeded anything that could be justified by traditional master-servant relationships. Their loyalty represented both triumph and condemnation of supremacist methodology, proving that absolute control was possible, while also demonstrating the moral costs of achieving such control through systematic dehumanization of thinking beings. The winter of 1979 marked the beginning of the end for Black family influence and unity, as external pressures from the escalating war combined with internal contradictions that could no longer be ignored or suppressed through traditional methods of family authority and ideological reinforcement. The choices that family members had made during the previous decade were beginning to produce consequences that would reshape not just their individual fates, but the entire legacy of pure-blood supremacist ideology in magical society. The networks of alliance and obligation that had been constructed through centuries of careful political manipulation were beginning to collapse as families chose sides in conflict that made traditional approaches to maintaining influence through compromise and negotiation impossible. The pureblood community was fracturing along lines that reflected fundamental disagreements about how supremacist principles should be applied in practice, and what prices were acceptable for maintaining traditional authority in democratic society. The magical innovations that had given pure-blood families advantages over their opponents were being countered by democratic forces that had learned to coordinate their resources and capabilities more effectively than supremacist tradition allowed, demonstrating that organizational unity could overcome individual superiority when properly applied through systematic planning and tactical coordination. As the 1980s approached and the conflict between supremacist and democratic forces moved toward open warfare that would determine the future of magical society, the Black family found themselves committed to course of action that they could not abandon without accepting defeat, but also could not continue without risking complete destruction of everything they had worked for centuries to achieve and preserve. The foundation that had seemed unshakable was cracking under pressures that their ancestors had never anticipated, and their ideology could not accommodate. The choices that had seemed logical and necessary when made were revealing consequences that exceeded anything the decision-makers had imagined possible, creating a cascade of destruction that would ultimately consume not just individual family members, but the entire system of beliefs and relationships that had defined their identity for longer than recorded history could trace. The end was approaching with inexorable certainty, though its exact form remained hidden behind veils of war and chaos that no amount of pure blood preparation could penetrate or control. The gates of Azkaban Fortress closed behind Sirius Black III on a November morning when the North Sea winds carried the screams of the tormented across waters that had witnessed centuries of despair, and the ancient stones that had absorbed the anguish of countless prisoners seemed to exhale satisfaction at claiming another soul whose light would be systematically extinguished through exposure to hopelessness. That was more corrosive than any physical torture. The cell that became his home for 12 interminable years was carved from rock that had been soaked in the misery of dark wizards, whose names were spoken only in whispers, but also pure-blood idealists whose crimes had been loving too little rather than hating too much, whose punishment was measured not by their actual guilt but by their symbolic value to a justice system that required scapegoats more than truth. The charges that had led to his imprisonment were based on betrayal so profound that even those who knew his character found it difficult to reconcile the evidence with their understanding of his fundamental nature, as the secret keeper switch that had protected the Potters was known only to participants whose loyalty had been tested through years of shared danger and mutual sacrifice. The magical investigation that followed the murders revealed traces that seemed to confirm his guilt beyond reasonable doubt, while the circumstances of his capture suggested flight and resistance that were consistent with consciousness of criminal responsibility rather than innocence betrayed by false accusation. But the truth that lay hidden beneath layers of deception and misdirection was more complex than the simple narrative of betrayal that satisfied public desire for explanation and justice, involving manipulation by enemies who understood pure-blood psychology well enough to exploit family relationships and inherited obligations in service of objectives that transcended individual revenge to encompass systematic destruction of resistance leadership through methods that were more devastating than direct violence could achieve. Peter Pettigrew's transformation from trusted friend to willing instrument of Death Eater strategy represented evolution of betrayal that was more sophisticated than anything previous conflicts had produced, as his psychological vulnerability to pressure and intimidation was identified and exploited through techniques that turned natural human weakness into weapon against those whose trust had been earned through years of shared experience and demonstrated loyalty. His decision to frame Sirius for crimes that he himself had committed was motivated not just by fear of discovery, but by understanding that destroying order leadership through false accusation would be more effective than killing them outright. The animagus transformation that allowed Sirius to survive psychological torture that destroyed most Azkaban prisoners was both blessing and curse, providing escape from human consciousness when despair became unbearable, while also preserving enough sanity to maintain awareness of injustice that demanded eventual correction and revenge. His ability to assume canine form gave him refuge from Dementor influence that attacked human emotions and memories, but it also created psychological fragmentation that made normal thinking increasingly difficult as years of imprisonment accumulated their corrosive effects. The memories that sustained him during the darkest periods of his incarceration were not happy recollections that Dementors could drain and corrupt, but bitter knowledge of betrayal and burning desire for justice that transcended personal considerations to become obsession with correcting wrongs that had been inflicted not just on him, but on everyone whose lives had been destroyed through Pettigrew's deception. The anger that preserved his sanity was also consuming his capacity for normal human emotion, transforming him into something that was more weapon than man. The physical deterioration that marked his years in Azkaban was visible evidence of psychological damage that went far deeper than mere weight loss and premature aging. As constant exposure to Dementor influence gradually stripped away everything soft and trusting in his nature, while intensifying characteristics that were harder and more dangerous. The transformation was systematic and irreversible, creating someone who could survive an environment that was designed to destroy human hope and dignity, but who was also becoming increasingly incapable of functioning in normal society where trust and emotional connection were necessary for meaningful relationships. His isolation within the prison was made worse by recognition from other inmates and guards whose knowledge of his supposed crimes created atmosphere of hostility that exceeded even Azkaban's normal levels of misery and despair. Prisoners who were genuinely guilty of terrible offenses found his presence disturbing because his alleged betrayal of friends violated codes of loyalty that even dark wizards respected, while guards treated him with particular contempt because his pure blood background made his supposed crimes seem more shocking than similar betrayals by those whose heritage suggested natural tendency toward treachery. But the most torturous aspect of his imprisonment was the knowledge that his godson was growing up without protection or guidance that might have helped him understand his heritage and prepare for challenges that his fame and symbolic importance were certain to create. The helplessness he felt at being unable to fulfill obligations that transcended legal judgment or personal safety created psychological pressure that was more devastating than any physical torture, as he understood that each day of his imprisonment was another day when Harry Potter faced dangers without benefit of the wisdom and protection that his parents had intended their friend to provide. The magical techniques he developed for maintaining consciousness and memory, despite Dementor influence, represented innovations that were born from desperate necessity, but also demonstrated capabilities that exceeded anything his family, education had suggested he possessed. His methods for psychological compartmentalization and emotional protection were based on pure blood training in mental discipline, but enhanced through applications that pushed such techniques beyond their intended limitations to achieve results that were unprecedented in the history of Azkaban's survival. The intelligence networks that he established among fellow prisoners and sympathetic guards provided access to information about external developments that helped him maintain connection to political realities that were evolving rapidly, while he remained isolated from direct participation. The knowledge he gained about Order activities and Death Eater operations was fragmentary and often unreliable, but it provided psychological anchor that prevented complete disconnection from world that he hoped to rejoin when opportunity for escape or vindication finally presented itself. But perhaps most importantly, his analysis of prison security during these years revealed vulnerabilities that could be exploited by someone whose magical ability and tactical understanding were sufficient to overcome protections that had been designed to contain wizards whose capabilities were more conventional than his own. The escape plan that gradually took shape in his mind was based on careful observation of guard routines and magical ward patterns, combined with understanding of animagus abilities that prison designers had not anticipated when creating containment systems. Meanwhile, the decay of Grimmauld Place under Walburga Black's increasingly unhinged administration reflected psychological deterioration that paralleled her son's suffering, while also demonstrating how isolation and ideological extremism could destroy even those who had chosen their circumstances, rather than having them imposed through false accusation and unjust imprisonment. The house that had once been monument to pure-blood achievement was becoming mausoleum of failed supremacist ideology, filled with artifacts whose power was turned inward in destructive patterns that served no purpose beyond preservation of hatred and resentment. The portrait that was created to preserve Walburga's influence after her death was enhanced with magical techniques that concentrated her worst characteristics, while eliminating any softening influences that might have made her presence bearable for those who had to endure her. Continued supervision. The result was manifestation of pure-blood supremacist ideology in its most toxic form, demonstrating what such beliefs produced when freed from normal human restraints and allowed to develop according to their internal logic without external moderation. The house elves who served at Grimmauld Place during this period were subjected to treatment that exceeded even traditional black family standards for servant discipline, as Walburga's deteriorating mental state created need for outlets for frustration and rage that could not be expressed through normal channels, given the secrecy requirements that governed her political activities. Their continued loyalty, despite such treatment, demonstrated both the effectiveness of magical conditioning and the tragic consequences of absolute power exercised without moral restraint. But the most troubling aspect of the household's condition was the systematic accumulation of dark arts artifacts and forbidden magical materials that were being stored throughout the building without proper containment or protective measures. The magical contamination that resulted from such concentration of malevolent objects created environmental hazards that affected everyone who spent time in the house, while also attracting negative magical influences that made the building increasingly dangerous for normal habitation. The networks of communication and coordination that connected Grimmauld Place to other Death Eater operations continued to function despite Walburga's psychological deterioration, as organizational requirements superseded individual limitations when larger objectives were at stake. The intelligence that flowed through these channels provided ongoing connection to political developments that were shaping the war's progress, while also creating security vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies who understood how supremacist communication systems operated. The gradual revelation of truth about Pettigrew's betrayal and Sirius's innocence began filtering through informal networks of information exchange that existed parallel to official ministry channels, as people whose knowledge of the participants made them skeptical of accepted explanations began investigating discrepancies that suggested alternative interpretations of events. The process was slow and dangerous, as questioning officially established truth carried risks of being branded as sympathizer with convicted criminals or traitor to legitimate authority. But the accumulation of evidence was inexorable, despite official resistance to acknowledgement that justice system might have made fundamental errors in its most publicized case. As witnesses began coming forward with information that contradicted key elements of prosecution's case while providing alternative explanations that were more consistent with known facts about the participants' characters and motivations. The magical forensic techniques that were applied to re-examining evidence revealed signs of tampering and concealment that had been overlooked during original investigation. Albus Dumbledore's private investigation into the circumstances surrounding the Potter betrayal was conducted with resources and capabilities that exceeded anything available to official ministry investigators. Drawing upon intelligence networks and magical techniques that had been developed through decades of resistance activity against dark arts practitioners and their political supporters, his findings were troubling not just for their implications about Sirius's innocence, but for what they revealed about the effectiveness of Death Eater infiltration and manipulation methods. The discovery that Pettigrew was not only alive but actively serving Voldemort's interests provided proof that official explanations of the Potter murders were based on false assumptions and deliberately planted evidence, while also revealing that Death Eater capabilities for deception and misdirection were more sophisticated than anyone had realized. The implications extended far beyond individual case to suggest that other ministry prosecutions might be similarly compromised by enemy action designed to eliminate resistance leadership through legal rather than military means. But the most disturbing revelation was that Pettigrew's ability to maintain his deception for over a decade demonstrated magical and psychological capabilities that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between character and magical ability, suggesting that even close friendship and shared experience were insufficient protection against betrayal when sufficient pressure was applied through techniques that exploited human psychological weaknesses. The escape that freed Sirius from Azkaban in 1993 was accomplished through combination of careful planning and desperate improvisation that demonstrated both his tactical brilliance and the psychological transformation that 12 years of imprisonment had worked upon his character. His method for evading prison security was based on understanding of animagus abilities that guards had not been trained to counter, while his navigation of the treacherous waters surrounding the fortress required survival skills that had been developed through years of living on minimal resources in hostile environment. But the physical freedom that his escape provided was accompanied by recognition that psychological damage from his imprisonment was permanent and irreversible, affecting his ability to form normal relationships or function effectively in social situations that required trust and emotional openness. The paranoia and hypervigilance that had been necessary for survival in Azkaban were now integral parts of his personality that could not be abandoned even when circumstances no longer required such extreme defensive measures. His reunion with Harry Potter after 13 years of separation was complicated by awareness that both individuals had been shaped by experiences that made normal family relationships impossible, as Harry's upbringing with the Dursleys had created psychological characteristics that were incompatible with the kind of close emotional connection that Sirius desperately needed to re-establish. Their attempts to build relationship were hampered by mutual damage that prevented either from trusting completely or loving without reservation. The revelation of his innocence to Harry and his friends required explanation of betrayal and conspiracy that was more complex than young minds could easily process, involving political and personal motivations that demonstrated how individual choices could have consequences that extended far beyond their maker's intentions or understanding. The truth about Pettigrew's role in the Potter murders was difficult to accept, not just because of its implications for Sirius's suffering, but because of what it revealed about the unreliability of evidence and the possibility that other accepted truths might be similarly compromised by deception. The legal challenges involved in establishing his innocence through official channels proved insurmountable, given the political climate that made acknowledgement of ministry errors too dangerous for officials whose authority depended on maintaining public confidence in institutional competence and integrity. The evidence that supported his claims was comprehensive and convincing to anyone willing to examine it objectively. But objectivity was luxury that wartime politics could not afford when admitting mistakes might undermine public support for ongoing conflict. The underground existence that he was forced to maintain after his escape created new forms of isolation that were different from but equally damaging as his Azkaban imprisonment, as he remained separated from normal social contact while also being hunted by enemies who understood that his knowledge of Death Eater operations made him valuable target for elimination or recapture. The safe houses and concealment methods that protected him were necessarily temporary and incomplete, requiring constant vigilance that prevented the kind of psychological recovery that might have been possible under more stable circumstances. His involvement in Order of the Phoenix activities after Voldemort's return provided purpose and direction that helped him function despite ongoing psychological damage, but it also exposed him to additional trauma, as he was forced to confront evidence of how much damage his absence had caused to people and causes that he cared about. The knowledge that his imprisonment had prevented him from protecting Harry during his formative years created guilt that was more painful than any physical torture he had endured. The transformation of Grimmauld Place into Order headquarters represented both practical necessity and symbolic significance, as the house that had been monument to pure-blood supremacist ideology was converted into base of operations for democratic resistance against everything the Black family had traditionally represented. The magical modifications that were required for this conversion revealed both the building's inherent capabilities and the extensive contamination that years of dark arts activity had produced throughout its structure. The process of removing dangerous artifacts and neutralizing environmental hazards created by decades of uncontrolled magical accumulation required expertise that exceeded normal cleaning methods, as many objects were protected by curses that would kill anyone who attempted to move or destroy them without proper knowledge and preparation. The work was dangerous and time-consuming, but it also provided opportunity for discovering family treasures whose existence had been forgotten or deliberately concealed by previous generations. But perhaps the most challenging aspect of the conversion was dealing with Walburga's portrait, whose magical programming made her active opponent of everything the Order represented, while also making her removal impossible without destroying structural protections that were integrated into the building's defensive systems. Her constant screaming about blood traitors and pure blood supremacy created an acoustic environment that was toxic for people whose political views were diametrically opposed to everything she represented. The psychological effects of living in a house that had been shaped by centuries of supremacist ideology affected all Order members who spent time there, as the accumulated magical residue of hatred and prejudice created atmospheric pressure that influenced thoughts and emotions in subtle but persistent ways. Even those whose commitment to democratic principles was absolute found themselves experiencing moments of doubt and hostility that reflected environmental contamination rather than personal conviction. The intelligence operations that were conducted from Grimmauld Place during this period provided Order leadership with access to pure-blood family networks and Death Eater organizational information that would have been impossible to obtain through conventional methods, as Sirius's knowledge of supremacist culture and family connections allowed penetration of security systems that were designed to exclude outside observation. But using such knowledge also required him to maintain psychological connections to ideology and relationships that he had rejected intellectually while remaining emotionally vulnerable to their influence. His relationship with his brother's memory became increasingly important, As evidence of Regulus's heroic sacrifice was gradually uncovered through investigation of Death Eater activities and Voldemort's Horcrux research, the discovery that his supposedly loyal sibling had actually died, opposing the Dark Lord, provided vindication for family honor that helped offset some of the shame that had been created by his own false conviction, while also revealing that pure-blood families were capable of producing heroes as well as villains when circumstances demanded moral courage over political expedience. The recovery of Regulus's locket and the revelation of his true fate represented triumph of individual conscience over family ideology that was more complete than anything Sirius's own rebellion had achieved, as his brother had chosen to sacrifice everything, including his life, to prevent magical catastrophe that transcended political considerations, to threaten the fundamental structure of reality itself. The heroism was made more significant by its anonymity, as Regulus had sought no recognition or reward for actions that were motivated purely by understanding that some responsibilities transcended personal survival and family loyalty. But the knowledge of his brother's sacrifice also created additional psychological burden for Sirius, as he recognized that Regulus had achieved redemption through methods that were more effective and morally pure than anything his own resistance activities had accomplished. The comparison was painful and unavoidable, suggesting that his approach to opposing family ideology had been motivated as much by personal rebellion as moral conviction, while his brother's ultimate sacrifice had been based on clear understanding of larger responsibilities that transcended individual concerns. The house elf creature's role in preserving the truth about Regulus's heroism demonstrated that even the most thoroughly conditioned servants were capable of loyalty that transcended their magical programming when confronted with masters who treated them with basic dignity and respect. His protection of family secrets was based not on blind obedience, but on genuine affection for the one family member who had shown him kindness, revealing that supremacist assumptions about servant psychology were as flawed as their beliefs about magical inheritance and bloodline purity. The gradual revelation of Creature's knowledge about Horcrux locations and Voldemort's plans provided order operations with intelligence that was crucial for understanding enemy capabilities and developing countermeasures against magical techniques that exceeded anything previous conflicts had involved. But extracting such information required treating House Elf as individual deserving of respect rather than property to be commanded, challenging assumptions about servant relationships that had been integral to pure-blood family identity for centuries. The psychological preparation that was required for Sirius to acknowledge House Elf dignity and worth was more difficult than any magical training he had ever undertaken, as it required abandonment of inherited assumptions that had been reinforced throughout his childhood and adolescence despite his intellectual rejection of supremacist ideology. The emotional work of recognizing his own complicity in systems of oppression was complicated by awareness that such recognition came too late to help those who had suffered under family authority during his youth. But the relationship that eventually developed between Sirius and Creature provided model for how pure-blood families might transform their approach to servant relationships without abandoning their essential identity or inherited responsibilities, demonstrating that traditional authority could be exercised through respect and mutual benefit rather than domination and systematic dehumanization. The magical innovations that emerged from their cooperation exceeded anything that coercive methods had ever produced, as voluntary service proved more effective than compelled obedience for achieving complex objectives. The final months of his life were marked by growing awareness that his psychological damage from Azkaban imprisonment was irreversible and progressive, affecting his judgment and emotional stability in ways that made him increasingly dangerous to himself and others. despite his continued commitment to order objectives and democratic principles. The isolation and paranoia that had been necessary for survival in hostile environment were now preventing him from forming the kinds of relationships that made survival meaningful and worthwhile. His attempts to mentor Harry Potter and provide the kind of guidance that James and Lily would have wanted their son to receive were hampered by his own psychological limitations and the recognition that his damaged nature made him inadequate substitute for the loving family relationships that had been stolen through Pettigrew's betrayal. The responsibility he felt for Harry's welfare was intense and genuine, but his ability to fulfill that responsibility was compromised by trauma that affected every aspect of his thinking and behavior. The reckless behavior that characterized his final months was not simple death wish, but recognition that his usefulness to order operations was limited by psychological characteristics that made him liability as well as asset in situations that required careful judgment and emotional stability. His willingness to accept dangerous assignments reflected understanding that his life had value primarily through service to causes that were larger than individual survival. That redemption for his family's supremacist legacy could be achieved only through actions that demonstrated complete commitment to democratic principles. But the most tragic aspect of his final period was the isolation that prevented him from experiencing the kind of peace and happiness that might have made his suffering meaningful, as his psychological damage made normal human connections impossible, while his legal status prevented him from participating openly in the magical society whose freedom he was risking his life to preserve. He existed in liminal space between vindication and continued punishment, redemption and ongoing exile, hope and despair that was too complex for simple resolution. The Department of Mystery's battle that cost him his life was entered with full understanding that survival was unlikely, but that the objective, protecting Harry Potter and preventing Voldemort from obtaining crucial prophecy, was worth any personal sacrifice that might be required. His tactical planning for the mission reflected both his inherited military intelligence and hard-won understanding of Death Eater capabilities, but it was also influenced by psychological need to prove that his life had meaning beyond mere survival and suffering. The duel with Bellatrix Lestrange that ended his existence was confrontation between cousins whose shared heritage had led them to completely opposite conclusions about how pure blood power should be exercised and what obligations magical ability created for those who possessed it. Their battle was not just personal combat, but symbolic struggle between supremacist ideology and democratic principles, with each participant representing different possibilities for how magical families could respond to social changes that challenged traditional authority. Bellatrix's victory was achieved not through superior magical ability, but through willingness to use methods that Sirius's moral development would not allow him to employ, demonstrating that good intentions were insufficient protection against enemies who acknowledged no ethical constraints in pursuit of their objectives. His death represented triumph of fanatical commitment over moderate conviction, proving that warfare between incompatible ideologies could not be won through half measures or moral restraint. But his sacrifice also represented completion of transformation from pure-blood supremacist heir to democratic martyr that validated everything his parents had feared about exposure to alternative political views and diverse social relationships. The death that they had symbolically imposed through disownment ceremony became literal reality that eliminated their family line, while also proving that individual conscience could triumph over inherited obligation when moral stakes were sufficiently clear and consequences were accepted with full understanding of their implications. The immediate aftermath of his death revealed both the tactical value of his sacrifice and the strategic disaster that his loss represented for Order operations, as his unique knowledge of pure-blood family networks and Death Eater organizational methods died with him at precisely the moment when such knowledge was most needed for planning resistance activities. His irreplaceable intelligence capabilities could not be transferred to other operatives, creating gap in Order understanding that would affect their effectiveness throughout remaining war. But perhaps more importantly, his death represented symbolic victory for Death Eater propaganda that claimed pure-blood families who opposed Voldemort were betraying their own heritage and natural interests, providing evidence that could be used to discourage other potential defectors from supremacist cause. The psychological impact on remaining Order members was devastating, as they lost not just valuable operative, but living proof that pure-blood wizards could successfully transform their political commitments without losing their essential identity. The legal aftermath of his death was complicated by his continuing status as escaped prisoner whose innocence had never been officially acknowledged, creating a situation where his heroic sacrifice could not be publicly recognized without forcing Ministry admission that their justice system had been fundamentally compromised by enemy manipulation. The bureaucratic requirements for posthumous exoneration were too complex and politically dangerous for officials whose authority depended on maintaining illusion of institutional competence. The distribution of his personal effects and family inheritance was complicated by legal questions about whether disowned heir could reclaim property rights through death in service of causes that his family had opposed, while also being affected by practical considerations about how valuable resources could be used most effectively for advancing Order objectives, rather than settling complex questions about inheritance law and family obligation. But the most significant legacy was example he provided of how individual transformation was possible even for those whose upbringing had been designed to prevent exactly such change, demonstrating that inherited ideology could be overcome through exposure to evidence and arguments that were more compelling than family tradition and social pressure. His life proved that pure-blood heritage could be source of strength for democratic resistance, rather than automatic commitment to supremacist cause. The psychological impact on Harry Potter was particularly profound, as he lost the closest thing to family that he had ever known, while also gaining understanding of how individual choices could triumph over inherited circumstances when moral conviction was strong enough to overcome social pressure and personal cost. The lessons about courage and sacrifice that Sirius had provided through his example would influence Harry's own development during crucial final years of his education and preparation for ultimate confrontation with forces that threatened everything valuable about magical civilization. The transformation of Grimmauld Place after his death into Memorial, as well as operational headquarters, created an environment where Order members could draw inspiration from example of successful resistance to supremacist ideology, while also being reminded of costs that such resistance demanded from those who chose individual conscience over inherited obligation. The house became living lesson about possibility of redemption for even the most compromised families and institutions, when individuals within them chose to fight for principles that transcended narrow self-interest. As the war moved toward its climactic phases, and the stakes involved in victory or defeat became increasingly clear to all participants, the memory of Sirius Black's transformation from supremacist heir to democratic martyr provided both inspiration and warning about what would be required from everyone who chose to stand against forces that acknowledged no moral constraints in pursuit of absolute power. His death marked end of an era when compromise might have been possible, and beginning of period when only complete victory or total defeat could resolve contradictions that had been building for generations. The example he had set through his life and death would influence every subsequent choice that remaining family members made about their own relationship to supremacist ideology and democratic resistance, creating standards for moral courage and personal sacrifice that made lesser commitments seem inadequate for addressing challenges that threatened not just individual freedom, but the fundamental nature of magical society itself. The summer of 1995 brought with it the return of darkness that many had hoped was banished forever, as Lord Voldemort's resurrection in the graveyard of Little Hangleton marked the beginning of a second war that would test every lesson learned during the previous conflict, while also revealing that evil possessed capacity for adaptation and escalation that exceeded even the most pessimistic expectations of those who understood its true nature. The reformed Order of the Phoenix found itself operating in an environment that was more hostile and complex than anything they had faced during their original incarnation, as their enemies had learned from previous defeats, while their allies remained divided by political considerations that prioritized institutional stability over effective resistance to existential threats. Sirius Black's emergence from years of underground hiding to assume active role in renewed resistance activities was marked by recognition that his psychological damage from Azkaban imprisonment had left him uniquely qualified to a end. Understand the mindset of desperate fugitives and hunted criminals, providing insights that proved invaluable for predicting Death Eater behavior and developing countermeasures against their increasingly sophisticated operational methods. But his return to prominence also revealed the extent to which his personality had been transformed by years of isolation and trauma, creating capabilities that were essential for warfare but incompatible with normal human relationships and social functioning. The headquarters that Grimmauld Place provided for Order operations was both blessing and curse, offering security and resources that could not be matched by any other available location, while also surrounding resistance fighters with constant reminders of supremacist ideology and family traditions that many of them were risking their lives to oppose. The house's magical protections were formidable, but also contaminated by centuries of dark arts accumulation that created environmental hazards for anyone whose political views were incompatible with pure-blood supremacist assumptions. His relationship with the portrait of his mother represented daily confrontation with everything he had rejected about his family's political and moral legacy, as Wahlberger's painted image continued to advocate for supremacist ideology with fanatical intensity that was undimmed by death or changing circumstances. Her presence was a constant reminder of psychological damage that extremist political views could inflict on those who embraced them without reservation, while also demonstrating the persistence of hatred that could survive even the destruction of everything it claimed to protect. The tactical knowledge that Sirius provided about pure-blood family networks and Death Eater organizational methods was based on intimate understanding of supremacist culture that had been acquired through childhood exposure to its highest levels, supplemented by intelligence gathered during his years of underground observation and analysis. His insights into enemy psychology and operational patterns proved crucial for developing resistance strategies that could exploit weaknesses in systems that had been designed to be impenetrable to outside interference. But the most valuable contribution he made to Order operations was his analysis of how pure-blood ideology could be turned against itself through psychological warfare that exploited the internal contradictions and inherent instabilities that characterize supremacist thinking when subjected to sustained pressure and systematic challenge. His understanding of family honor codes and traditional obligations provided foundation for propaganda operations that could undermine Death Eater unity by appealing to values that transcended organizational loyalty. The relationship he attempted to build with Harry Potter during this period was complicated by mutual damage that made normal family bonding impossible, as both individuals had been shaped by experiences that created psychological characteristics incompatible with the kind of close emotional connection that their relationship required. Sirius's need for family connection was intense but desperate, while Harry's capacity for trust had been compromised by years of neglect and abuse that made him suspicious of anyone who claimed to care about his welfare. Their attempts to establish godfather-godson relationship were further complicated by Sirius's recognition that his own psychological instability made him inadequate substitute for the loving family environment that James and Lily Potter had intended their son to experience. The guilt he felt about his inability to provide proper guidance and protection was intensified by awareness that his false imprisonment had cost Harry the formative years when such relationships were most crucial for healthy development. The magical artifacts and family treasures that were discovered during Order occupation of Grimmauld Place revealed both the extent of Black family accumulation over centuries and the dangerous nature of many items that had been preserved without proper understanding of their capabilities or restrictions. The process of cataloguing and securing these materials required expertise in dark arts identification that exceeded normal Order capabilities, while also providing access to resources that could enhance resistance operations if properly understood and carefully applied. But the most significant discovery was the extent to which Death Eater infiltration of pure blood society had been accomplished through exploitation of family obligations and traditional relationships that had been assumed to be sources of strength rather than vulnerability. The networks of alliance and mutual obligation that had been constructed through centuries of strategic marriage and political cooperation had been systematically penetrated by enemies who understood how supremacist ideology could be, manipulated to serve objectives that were ultimately destructive to the families whose support they required. The revelation that many prominent pure-blood families were supporting Voldemort not from genuine conviction but from fear of consequences that would result from opposition created opportunities for psychological warfare that could potentially fracture Death Eater unity through appeals to family survival instincts that were stronger than ideological commitment. But exploiting such opportunities required understanding of pure blood psychology that was intimate and comprehensive, knowledge that Sirius possessed but found emotionally devastating to apply against people who had once been family, friends, and social allies. Meanwhile, the parallel trajectory of Bellatrix Lestrange during this same period demonstrated how supremacist ideology could evolve into something that was more dangerous than its original form, when enhanced through magical techniques that pushed the boundaries of what individual wizards could achieve, without losing their essential humanity. Her escape from Azkaban in 1996 was accomplished through methods that revealed Death Eater capabilities for coordinated action that exceeded anything their previous incarnation had demonstrated, while also showing that their organizational structure had been enhanced through lessons learned during their initial defeat. Her return to active service in Voldemort's cause was marked by enthusiasm that transcended mere political commitment to approach religious devotion, as her years of imprisonment had intensified rather than moderated her commitment to supremacist ideology and her personal loyalty to the Dark Lord, whose vision she considered more important than her own survival or welfare. The magical techniques she had developed during her incarceration for maintaining ideological purity despite Dementor influence had transformed her into something that was barely human in its complete subordination of individual identity to collective purpose. The torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom that had preceded her imprisonment was revealed through Order investigation, to have been motivated not just by desire for information about Voldemort's defeat, but by systematic attempt to demonstrate that opposition to Death Eater ideology would result in consequences that extended beyond individual resistors to encompass their families and everyone they cared about. The psychological warfare component of her actions was as important as their immediate tactical value, designed to discourage future resistance through demonstration of prices that would be exacted from anyone who chose democratic principles over supremacist authority. But her methods for conducting such interrogations revealed innovations in torture techniques that were more sophisticated and devastating than anything previous generations of dark wizards had developed, incorporating understanding of human psychology that allowed maximum psychological damage with minimum risk of accidental death that might end suffering prematurely. Her creativity in causing pain represented evolution of supremacist methodology that was more efficient and terrible than traditional approaches to dealing with political opposition. The relationship between Bellatrix and Voldemort during this period transcended normal patterns of loyalty and service to approach something like worship, as she had convinced herself that his objectives were identical to her own, while also believing that his magical ability and political vision were so superior to anything else in existence that supporting him was not just political choice, but moral obligation. Her psychological identification with his cause was so complete that she had ceased to exist as independent individual, becoming instead extension of his will and instrument of his purposes. The magical enhancements that she had undergone to increase her effectiveness as Death Eater operative included modifications to her emotional responses and moral reasoning that made her incapable of experiencing normal human sympathy or regret, while also intensifying her capacity for hatred and revenge in ways that made her more dangerous than any conventional enemy could be. The transformation was irreversible and comprehensive, creating someone who could function effectively as weapon of terror, but who had lost everything that made existence worthwhile for rational beings. Her involvement in Death Eater operations during the Second War was characterized by tactical brilliance that was enhanced by complete willingness to use methods that even other supremacist operatives found disturbing in their cruelty and excess. Her innovations in assassination techniques and psychological intimidation created capabilities that allowed Death Eater forces to achieve objectives that had been impossible during their previous incarnation, while also establishing reputation for ruthlessness that served as deterrent to potential opposition. But perhaps her most significant contribution to Voldemort's cause was her ability to inspire fanatical devotion in other Death Eaters through her example of complete subordination of individual identity to collective purpose, demonstrating that supremacist ideology could be taken to extremes that transcended normal human psychological limitations when properly cultivated through magical enhancement and systematic conditioning. Her influence on organizational culture was profound and destructive, creating standards for commitment that required abandonment of everything that made life meaningful. The contrast between her fanatical loyalty and the growing doubts that were affecting other Death Eater operatives revealed fundamental instability within Voldemort's organization that could potentially be exploited by enemies who understood how to appeal to human psychological needs that supremacist ideology could not satisfy. The recognition that even committed supporters were experiencing moments of uncertainty and regret provided opportunities for psychological warfare that might fracture enemy unity if properly applied through techniques that addressed individual motivations rather than collective ideology. Andromeda Tonks's life during this period was characterized by isolation that was different from but equally challenging as what her siblings were experiencing, as her status as disowned family member made her target for Death Eater retaliation, while also preventing her from accessing pure blood resources and protection that might have enhanced her family's security. Her marriage to Ted Tonks had provided personal happiness and meaningful relationship, but it had also created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies who understood how love could be transformed into weapon against those who possessed it. The magical protections that surrounded her family were necessarily limited by their economic circumstances and social isolation, requiring creativity and resourcefulness that pure-blood families never needed to develop because their inherited advantages provided security through superior resources rather than tactical innovation. The defensive measures she was able to implement were effective but incomplete, providing protection against casual threats while remaining vulnerable to coordinated assault by enemies whose capabilities exceeded her ability to counter through individual effort. Her daughter, Nymphodora's development during these years revealed both the benefits and challenges of mixed heritage that challenged pure-blood assumptions about genetic superiority, while also demonstrating capabilities that exceeded what either bloodline could have produced independently. The Metamorph Magus abilities that she inherited were unprecedented in recent magical history, suggesting that genetic diversity produced innovations that pure-blood breeding could not achieve. Through its emphasis on preserving existing characteristics, rather than encouraging evolutionary development. But perhaps more significantly, Nymphodora's psychological characteristics reflected combination of pure-blood confidence and Muggle-born adaptability that created personality type uniquely suited for democratic resistance against supremacist authority, as she possessed both the magical capability and moral flexibility necessary for effective opposition to enemies who relied on traditional assumptions about bloodline loyalty and inherited obligation. Her recruitment into the Order of the Phoenix represented validation of democratic principles that supremacist ideology claimed were impossible, as her effectiveness as resistance operative exceeded that of many pure-blood volunteers despite her supposedly inferior heritage and unconventional background. The tactical innovations she contributed to Order operations were based on creative applications of her unique abilities, combined with training that emphasized adaptability over rigid adherence to established procedures. The relationship that developed between Nymphadora and Remus Lupin during this period provided additional evidence that meaningful connections could transcend social boundaries that supremacist ideology claimed were necessary for maintaining magical civilization, as their romance challenged assumptions about the importance of bloodline compatibility while also demonstrating that individual worth was determined by character rather than heritage or magical ability. Narcissa Malfoy's position during the Second War was more complex than simple Death Eater loyalty, as her commitment to protecting her son exceeded her dedication to supremacist ideology in ways that created potential vulnerabilities in Death Eater organizational unity. Her understanding that Voldemort's objectives were becoming increasingly divorced from traditional pure-blood interests made her question whether continued support for his cause was compatible with family survival and advancement. The psychological pressure that resulted from this conflict between maternal instinct and ideological obligation was intensified by recognition that Draco's involvement in Death Eater activities was motivated more by family expectation than personal conviction, suggesting that he was being sacrificed to serve political objectives that might not be achievable regardless of how much individual families were willing to sacrifice in their pursuit. Her secret negotiations with Order representatives were conducted through intermediaries and coded communications that demonstrated sophisticated understanding of how intelligence operations functioned, while also revealing her growing desperation to find alternatives to total war that might preserve her family without requiring complete abandonment of supremacist principles. But the complexity of loyalties involved made such negotiations extremely dangerous for all participants. The battle in the Department of Mysteries that claimed Sirius's life was a watershed moment that revealed the true stakes involved in conflict between democratic and supremacist forces, as both sides committed their most valuable operatives to struggle that would determine not just tactical advantage but symbolic victory that could influence broader magical society's understanding of which ideology deserved support. In final confrontation that was approaching with inexorable certainty, the magical combat that characterized this battle exceeded anything that previous conflicts had produced in terms of sophistication and destructive potential, as both sides employed techniques that had been developed specifically for warfare against opponents whose capabilities were roughly equivalent to their own. The Death Eaters who participated were not ordinary criminals, but elite operatives whose training and experience made them formidable opponents for even the most skilled Order members. But the most significant aspect of the battle was its psychological impact on younger generation participants, particularly Harry Potter and his friends, whose exposure to real magical combat provided education that no amount of theoretical instruction could have supplied. The trauma they experienced was balanced by knowledge they gained about their own capabilities and limitations, while also providing motivation for continued resistance that was based on personal experience rather than abstract principles. The aftermath of Sirius's death created crisis within Order leadership that went beyond simple loss of valuable operative to encompass fundamental questions about whether their resistance methods were adequate for achieving victory against enemies whose commitment to supremacist ideology was absolute, and whose willingness to employ extreme methods was unlimited by normal moral considerations. The recognition that good intentions and tactical skill were insufficient protection against fanatical opposition forced reconsideration of approaches that had been assumed to be morally superior as well as tactically effective. The intelligence that was revealed through captured Death Eater operatives during this period confirmed that Voldemort's organization had evolved far beyond its original incarnation to become something that was more dangerous and comprehensive in its objectives than traditional supremacist movements had ever been. The systematic elimination of democratic institutions and individual resistance was being pursued through methods that were designed to create permanent transformation of magical society rather than temporary political victory. But perhaps most troubling was evidence that Death Eater influence was extending beyond magical community to include manipulation of Muggle governments and institutions that could be used to advance supremacist objectives through coordination between magical and non-magical authority structures. The scope of Voldemort's ambitions was revealed to be truly global rather than limited to British magical society, requiring resistance efforts that were correspondingly international and comprehensive. The final phase of Sirius's life was characterized by increasing awareness that his psychological damage from years of imprisonment and underground existence had made him unsuitable for continued active service in operations that required careful judgment and emotional stability. His willingness to accept increasingly dangerous assignments reflected understanding that his value to resistance cause was diminishing, while his potential for causing accidental harm to allies was increasing due to psychological characteristics that were beyond his ability to control or modify. The reckless behavior that marked his final months was not simple death wish but rational calculation. That his life had meaning primarily through service to objectives that were larger than individual survival. That redemption for his family's supremacist legacy could be achieved only through actions that demonstrated complete commitment to democratic principles regardless of personal cost. His tactical planning reflected both inherited military intelligence and hard-won understanding of how damaged individuals could contribute to collective efforts despite their personal limitations. The Department of Mystery's battle that ended his existence was entered with full knowledge that survival was unlikely given the tactical disadvantages and enemy capabilities involved, but also with understanding that protecting Harry Potter and preventing Voldemort from obtaining crucial prophecy information was worth any sacrifice that circumstances might demand. His final duel with Bellatrix represented confrontation between family members whose shared heritage had led them to completely opposite conclusions about how magical power should be exercised and what obligations such power created for those who possessed it. The psychological preparation that preceded his final mission included acknowledgement that his death would represent completion of transformation from supremacist heir to democratic martyr that had begun with his rejection of family values during his Hogwarts years and continued through every choice he had made in service of principles that transcended inherited obligation and traditional loyalty. The redemption he achieved through his sacrifice was not just personal but symbolic, providing evidence that even the most compromised backgrounds could be overcome through individual moral courage and commitment to justice. His final thoughts, as consciousness faded and the veil claimed his existence, were not of regret or despair, but of satisfaction that his life had ultimately served purposes that were worthy of the suffering he had endured and the relationships he had sacrificed. The transformation from privileged pure-blood heir to hunted fugitive to resistance martyr was complete, representing journey that validated democratic principles, while also demonstrating the terrible costs that such validation demanded from those who chose individual conscience over inherited advantage. The immediate aftermath of his death created leadership vacuum within Order operations that could not be filled by promoting existing members or redistributing responsibilities among survivors, as his unique combination of pure-blood knowledge and democratic commitment had made him irreplaceable for specific types of intelligence gathering and tactical planning. The loss affected organizational effectiveness at precisely the moment when such capabilities were most needed for countering Death Eater operations that were becoming increasingly sophisticated and deadly. But perhaps more importantly, his sacrifice provided inspiration for other pure-blood family members who were struggling with similar conflicts between inherited obligation and individual conscience, demonstrating that transformation was possible, even for those whose upbringing had been designed to prevent exactly such change. The example he set influenced subsequent choices by individuals whose defection from supremacist cause had strategic significance that exceeded their individual capabilities or resources. The magical research that was discovered among his personal effects revealed ongoing efforts to develop techniques that could counter Death Eater innovations, while also providing protection for democratic resistance fighters whose conventional training had not prepared them for the kinds of threats they were facing. His work in detection methods and defensive magic was more advanced than anything Order operations had previously employed, incorporating insights that had been gained through years of evading capture while maintaining active resistance to supremacist authority. The correspondence that was found in his private papers provided evidence of network relationships and intelligence sources that had been cultivated through years of underground activity, revealing contacts and resources that could be used to enhance Order operations if proper approaches were developed for maintaining security while expanding operational capabilities. But accessing such networks required understanding of supremacist culture and pure-blood psychology that was difficult for other Order members to acquire quickly enough to be tactically useful. The funeral that could not be held due to his status as escaped prisoner, whose innocence remained officially unacknowledged, created additional psychological burden for Order members who needed closure and ceremony to process their grief, while also honoring memory of someone whose sacrifice had been crucial for their continued resistance efforts. The inability to provide proper recognition for his heroism represented failure of justice system that was more profound than simple legal technicality. The distribution of his inheritance to Harry Potter created both opportunities and challenges for Order operations, as the resources that became available included magical capabilities that could enhance resistance effectiveness, while also carrying responsibilities and dangers that were difficult for someone of Harry's age and experience to manage safely. The knowledge and artifacts that were transferred with the inheritance required careful evaluation to determine which could be used safely and which were too dangerous for anyone without extensive pure-blood magical education. But perhaps the most valuable inheritance was the example of moral courage and personal transformation that Sirius had provided through his life and death, demonstrating that individual choices could triumph over inherited circumstances when conviction was strong enough to overcome social pressure and personal cost. The lesson about possibility of redemption for even the most compromised backgrounds would influence Harry's own development during crucial final phases of his preparation for ultimate confrontation with forces that threatened everything valuable about magical civilization. The psychological impact on Bellatrix Lestrange of killing her own cousin revealed both the depth of her fanatical commitment to Voldemort's cause and the complete destruction of normal human emotional responses that such commitment had required. Her satisfaction at eliminating a family member who had betrayed supremacist ideology was genuine but also pathological, demonstrating that her transformation into perfect Death Eater operative had been achieved through systematic elimination of everything that made existence meaningful for rational beings. Her tactical analysis of the Department of Mystery's battle focused on lessons that could be applied to future operations, rather than emotional processing of family relationships that had been destroyed through political conflict, revealing that her psychological conditioning had progressed beyond simple ideological commitment to encompass complete restructuring of personality and identity according to organizational requirements rather than individual preferences or human nature. The intelligence she provided about order, capabilities, and tactical methods was based on intimate knowledge of family members and childhood relationships that had been preserved in memory, despite years of magical and psychological conditioning designed to eliminate such connections. Her ability to exploit emotional vulnerabilities that existed despite political transformation demonstrated that supremacist ideology could be weaponized in ways that exceeded conventional understanding of how personal relationships influenced political behavior. But the most troubling aspect of her continued effectiveness was evidence that fanatical commitment could actually enhance magical ability through techniques that were unknown to democratic resistance fighters, suggesting that extremist ideology provided access to power sources that were incompatible with moral restraint and individual conscience. The capabilities she demonstrated exceeded anything that conventional magical education could produce, implying that Death Eater training included techniques that were fundamentally different from anything taught through legitimate institutions. The escalation of Death Eater activities following their successful elimination of prominent resistance leadership revealed organizational capabilities that had been concealed during earlier phases of conflict, as Voldemort's forces demonstrated coordination and tactical sophistication that suggested their apparent defeats had been deliberate deception designed to lull enemies into false confidence, while actually preparations were being completed for operations that would achieve decisive victory. The systematic elimination of Order members and their families during this period was conducted through methods that were designed to maximize psychological impact on surviving resistance fighters, while also demonstrating to broader magical society that opposition to Death Eater authority would result in consequences that extended far beyond individual resistors to encompass everyone whose lives were connected to theirs through personal or professional relationships. But the most significant development was revelation that Death Eater infiltration of magical institutions had been more comprehensive than anyone had realized, involving not just placement of sympathizers in key positions, but systematic corruption of magical law enforcement and governmental procedures that made official resistance to supremacist takeover impossible through legitimate channels. The scope of institutional compromise required resistance methods that operated entirely outside legal frameworks and social conventions. The underground networks that were established to maintain democratic resistance, despite institutional collapse, were necessarily limited and vulnerable to discovery through methods that Death Eater forces had been developing specifically for counterinsurgency operations against enemies who operated without fixed headquarters or formal organizational structure. The techniques required for successful resistance were more sophisticated than anything Order members had been trained to employ, requiring innovations in magical concealment and communication that pushed the boundaries of what individual operators could achieve without extensive support networks. The safe houses and communication systems that were established during this period represented evolution of resistance methodology that was based on lessons learned during previous conflicts, but enhanced through applications of magical techniques that had been developed specifically for asymmetric warfare against superior enemy forces. The security measures that protected these operations were more comprehensive than anything traditional order methods had employed, but they were also more psychologically demanding for operatives whose effectiveness required constant vigilance and systematic paranoia. The recruitment of new resistance fighters during this period was complicated by recognition that conventional approaches to evaluating loyalty and capability were inadequate for identifying individuals who could function effectively under fogue, conditions that were unprecedented in magical history. The psychological characteristics that were necessary for surviving systematic persecution and continuing effective resistance were rare and difficult to identify through normal assessment methods. The training programs that were developed for new recruits incorporated lessons learned through bitter experience about what was actually required for surviving magical warfare against enemies who acknowledged no moral constraints in pursuit of their objectives. The techniques that were taught went beyond conventional magical combat to include psychological preparation for activities that challenged every assumption about proper behavior and moral action in civilized society. But perhaps the most important aspect of resistance education was philosophical preparation for making choices that required abandonment of normal moral frameworks in favor of utilitarian calculations about which actions would serve larger good, regardless of their immediate consequences for individual conscience or personal relationships. The understanding that fighting monsters required adoption of monstrous methods was essential for effective resistance, but also dangerous for maintaining psychological stability and moral clarity over extended periods. The winter of 1997 marked the beginning of final phase of conflict that would determine whether democratic or supremacist principles would shape future magical society, as both sides committed their remaining resources to operations that were designed to achieve decisive victory rather than temporary advantage. The stakes involved had escalated beyond political control to encompass fundamental questions about human nature and the proper relationship between individual freedom and collective authority. The choices that remaining Black family members made during this period would determine not just their personal fates, but the final assessment of whether their centuries of supremacist commitment had served any purpose beyond creating suffering and division that weakened magical society while strengthening enemies who threatened its essential nature. The opportunity for redemption existed but required sacrifices that might exceed what damaged individuals could provide, even when their motivation was genuine and their commitment was absolute. As the conflict moved toward its climactic resolution, and the true scope of what was at stake became apparent to all participants, the legacy of the Black family hung in balance between condemnation for their role in creating conditions that had made Voldemort's rise possible, and recognition that their final members had chosen individual conscience over inherited obligation, when such choice demanded ultimate sacrifice. The transformation was incomplete but significant, representing possibility that even the most compromised traditions could be redeemed through actions that transcended personal survival to serve principles that were larger than family loyalty or political advantage. The silence that fell over the wizarding world in the aftermath of Voldemort's final defeat was not the comfortable quiet of peace restored, but the stunned hush of survivors trying to comprehend the magnitude of transformation that had been accomplished through sacrifice that exceeded anything previous generations had been asked to provide. The ancient bloodlines that had shaped magical society for centuries lay in ruins, their supremacist ideology discredited not through intellectual argument, but through practical demonstration of where such beliefs led when taken to their logical conclusions. Among the wreckage of these fallen dynasties, the Black family name carried particular weight of condemnation and possibility, representing both the depths to which pureblood ideology could sink and the heights to which individual redemption could rise when conscience triumphed over inheritance. The inheritance that passed to Harry Potter through Sirius Black's death was more than simple transfer of property and wealth, but symbolic acknowledgement that democratic principles could transform even the most supremacist legacies when individual choice was guided by moral conviction rather than inherited obligation. 12 Grimmauld Place, which had been monument to pure-blood supremacy for centuries, became sanctuary for those whose heritage marked them as natural enemies of everything the house had originally represented. Its ancient protections turned toward defending victims of the ideology that had created them. The legal complexities involved in transferring Black family assets to someone whose bloodline connected him to their legacy, but whose political views represented complete rejection of their traditional values, required magical jurisprudence that pushed the boundaries of what inheritance law could accommodate. The ministry officials who processed the transfer understood that they were participating in symbolic transformation that went far beyond individual property rights to encompass fundamental redefinition of how magical heritage could be interpreted and applied. The magical cleansing that was required before Grimmauld Place could serve as safe residence for Harry involved removal of dark arts contamination that had accumulated through centuries of supremacist activity and systematic cruelty. The artifacts and books that were discovered during this process revealed the true scope of Black family involvement in magical practices that challenged fundamental assumptions about the relationship between power and morality, while also providing evidence of capabilities that had been developed through methods that were too dangerous for continued existence in democratic magical society. But perhaps the most challenging aspect of the inheritance was psychological rather than practical, as Harry found himself living surrounded by constant reminders of ideology that had been responsible for his parents' deaths and his own childhood suffering. The portraits and family records that covered every wall told stories of supremacist achievement that were impressive in their scope while being horrifying in their implications for human dignity and individual worth. The house elf creature's transformation from unwilling servant to valued companion represented microcosm of broader changes that were occurring throughout magical society as relationships based on domination and exploitation were replaced by partnerships founded on mutual respect and shared objectives. the knowledge and assistance that he provided were given freely rather than extracted through compulsion, demonstrating that cooperation was more effective than coercion for achieving complex goals that required sustained effort and creative thinking. The revelation of Regulus Black's heroic sacrifice through Creature's testimony provided crucial intelligence for understanding Voldemort's Horcrux strategy, while also offering evidence that Black family members were capable of choosing moral courage over political loyalty when circumstances demanded such choice. His anonymous heroism served as counterweight to his family's supremacist legacy, proving that individual redemption was possible, even for those whose upbringing had been designed to prevent exactly such transformation. The magical techniques that Regulus had employed for infiltrating Voldemort's defenses and obtaining Horcrux information were more sophisticated than anything his family education should have enabled him to develop, suggesting that moral conviction could enhance magical ability in ways that purely technical training could not achieve. His innovations in detection and concealment magic were studied by Order researchers who hoped to understand how desperate circumstances could inspire breakthroughs that normal magical research never accomplished. But the most significant aspect of his sacrifice was its demonstration that supremacist ideology contained seeds of its own destruction, as the logical consequences of pureblood beliefs inevitably led to contradictions that rational minds could not accept indefinitely. His rebellion against Death Eater methods was based not on exposure to alternative political views, but on recognition that Voldemort's objectives were incompatible with any coherent understanding of magical society's long-term survival and development. The post-war investigation into Black family activities during both conflicts revealed extent of their involvement in supremacist operations, while also documenting instances of individual family members choosing conscience over ideology when confronted with evidence of where their beliefs led in practice. The historical record that emerged was complex and contradictory, requiring nuanced understanding of how inherited circumstances could influence but not determine individual moral choices. The magical artifacts that were recovered from Black family properties provided insight into supremacist methodology and capabilities that had been previously unknown to democratic magical society, revealing innovations in dark arts application that were impressive in their sophistication, while being horrifying in their implications for how power could be exercised without moral restraint. The study of these materials contributed to understanding of how extremist ideology could enhance magical ability through techniques that were too dangerous for general knowledge or application. But the most valuable discovery was documentation of internal resistance within supremacist families to the most extreme applications of their ideology, suggesting that even committed believers had recognized limits beyond which their principles became self-destructive rather than merely oppressive. The correspondence and private records that survived revealed ongoing debates within pure blood circles about how their objectives could be achieved without destroying everything valuable about magical civilization. The rehabilitation of disowned family members like Andromeda Tonks represented broader social process of recognizing that supremacist families had contained individuals whose moral courage exceeded their inherited circumstances, whose choices to reject family ideology had been vindicated by subsequent events that demonstrated the destructive consequences of pure-blood extremism. The restoration of their names to family records was both symbolic gesture and practical acknowledgement that democratic society valued individual conscience over bloodline loyalty. Nymphadora Tonks's heroic service during the final battle demonstrated that mixed heritage could produce magical ability and moral courage that exceeded anything pure blood breeding had achieved, providing definitive refutation of supremacist claims about genetic superiority, while also honoring memory of family members who had chosen love over hatred despite social pressure and family expectation. Her death, alongside Remus Lupin, represented triumph of democratic values over supremacist ideology that was purchased with sacrifice that made victory meaningful rather than merely tactical. The child they left behind, Teddy Lupin, became living symbol of transformation that was possible when magical families abandoned supremacist assumptions about bloodline purity in favor of relationships based on mutual respect and shared values, rather than inherited privilege and traditional authority. His magical heritage combined pure blood capability with democratic principles in ways that suggested future possibilities for magical society that transcended traditional boundaries and limitations. Draco Malfoy's post-war development represented evolution of pure blood identity that preserved valuable elements of magical tradition while rejecting supremacist assumptions that had proven destructive to everyone who embraced them completely. His approach to raising his own children reflected understanding that magical heritage could be source of pride and capability without becoming foundation for oppression of those whose backgrounds were different, demonstrating that family traditions could adapt to changing circumstances without losing their essential meaning. The marriage between Draco and Astoria Greengrass represented alliance between pure-blood families who had learned to interpret their heritage as responsibility for protecting magical society rather than dominating it, creating partnership that could preserve valuable traditions while embracing democratic principles that made such preservation compatible with individual freedom and dignity. Their domestic arrangements reflected understanding that authority should be exercised through service rather than compulsion, cooperation rather than domination. But perhaps the most significant aspect of their transformation was recognition that supremacist ideology had been self-defeating from its inception, creating divisions and conflicts that weakened magical society while strengthening enemies who threatened its fundamental nature. The understanding that cooperation between different magical communities was more effective than supremacist isolation influenced their approach to every aspect of their post-war lives. The revelation of Delphine's existence as Voldemort's daughter with Bellatrix Lestrange created final challenge to assumptions about how supremacist legacy could be managed and transformed, as her magical heritage combined the worst aspects of both bloodlines, while her upbringing had been shaped by ideology that was even more extreme than traditional pure-blood supremacy. Her attempt to change history through time travel represented continuation of supremacist refusal to accept defeat or acknowledge that their methods had been fundamentally flawed. But her ultimate failure demonstrated that even the most powerful magical ability was insufficient to overcome moral and practical limitations that were inherent in supremacist ideology, as her inability to understand human motivation beyond crude calculations of power and domination made her ineffective at achieving objectives that required cooperation and trust from people whose support could not be compelled through force or intimidation. The magical techniques that she employed during her attempted historical intervention were more sophisticated than anything previous supremacist operatives had developed, incorporating innovations in temporal manipulation that pushed the boundaries of what individual wizards could achieve through combination of inherited ability and fanatical dedication. But the ultimate futility of her efforts proved that technical capability was meaningless without understanding of human nature and social dynamics that supremacist education systematically failed to provide. The democratic resistance that defeated her final attempt at supremacist victory was conducted by individuals whose magical abilities were often inferior to hers, but whose understanding of cooperation and mutual support created tactical advantages that individual brilliance could not overcome through superior force or technical innovation. The victory represented triumph of collective wisdom over individual genius, democratic principles over supremacist capability. The legal and social aftermath of her defeat created opportunities for systematic examination of how supremacist ideology had influenced magical society over centuries, while also providing evidence of how such influence could be neutralized through democratic institutions and individual choices that prioritized collective welfare over personal advancement. The trials and investigations that followed revealed extent of supremacist penetration into magical institutions, while also documenting instances of individual resistance that had been previously unknown or unacknowledged. The memorial services that were finally conducted for Black family members who had died opposing supremacist ideology provided recognition that had been denied during their lifetimes, while also serving as educational opportunities for younger generation who needed to understand how individual choices could influence historical outcomes regardless of inherited circumstances or family expectations. The ceremonies honored memory of those who had chosen conscience over loyalty, while also acknowledging costs that such choices had demanded. The magical research that was conducted into Black family innovations and techniques revealed both the impressive scope of their capabilities and the destructive consequences of applying such capabilities without moral restraint or democratic accountability. The knowledge that was recovered was valuable for understanding supremacist methods, while also demonstrating why such methods were ultimately self-defeating when applied consistently over extended periods. But perhaps the most important discovery was evidence that even the most committed supremacist families had contained individuals whose moral development exceeded their ideological conditioning, whose recognition of human dignity had persisted despite systematic attempts to eliminate such recognition through magical and psychological manipulation. The documentation of internal resistance within supremacist organizations provided hope that similar transformation might be possible for other extremist movements that threatened democratic magical society. The educational programs that were developed from Black family materials focused on teaching future generations about dangers of supremacist ideology, while also demonstrating how individual moral courage could triumph over inherited circumstances when such courage was informed by accurate understanding of human nature and social responsibility. The lessons were designed to prevent repetition of historical mistakes, while also encouraging individual development that could resist extremist appeals, regardless of their sophistication or apparent logical consistency. The transformation of magical institutions that was accomplished through study of supremacist methods and democratic responses created systems that were more resilient against extremist infiltration, while also being more responsive to legitimate concerns about magical society's development and individual wizards' rights and responsibilities. The reforms were based on understanding that institutional strength required both technical capability and moral foundation that could not be compromised without undermining everything valuable about magical civilization. The international cooperation that emerged from shared experience of supremacist threat created diplomatic relationships between magical communities that had been previously isolated or antagonistic, demonstrating that common danger could overcome traditional boundaries and limitations when democratic principles provided foundation for mutual understanding and coordinated action. The alliances that were formed transcended national boundaries and cultural differences to create global network for protecting individual freedom and dignity. The historical analysis that was conducted in the decades following Voldemort's final defeat revealed patterns of supremacist development and democratic resistance that provided lessons for understanding how similar threats might emerge in future, while also documenting strategies and techniques that had proven effective for countering extremist movements before they could achieve institutional control or social dominance. But perhaps the most valuable outcome of such analysis was recognition that transformation of extremist organizations required not just defeat of their leadership, but systematic education that addressed underlying psychological and social conditions that made individuals susceptible to supremacist appeals in the first place. The prevention of future extremist movements required understanding of human nature that went beyond simple opposition to particular ideological expressions. The magical community that emerged from this period of conflict and transformation was fundamentally different from anything that had existed previously, incorporating democratic principles that had been tested through warfare, while also preserving valuable traditions that could enhance rather than threaten individual freedom and dignity. The balance between innovation and conservation was delicate but sustainable, creating foundation for continued development that could adapt to changing circumstances without abandoning essential values. The Black family legacy that was preserved through these transformations included recognition of both their contributions to magical knowledge and their responsibility for supremacist ideology that had caused immeasurable suffering throughout wizarding society. The historical record that was established was honest about their achievements, while also being clear about costs that such achievements had imposed on everyone whose lives were affected by their political choices and family traditions. The young people who inherited this transformed magical world understood that they carried responsibility for ensuring that lessons learned through centuries of conflict and sacrifice would not be forgotten or ignored when future challenges required similar moral courage and individual commitment to principles that transcended personal comfort and family loyalty. The education they received emphasized both the achievements that were possible through magical ability and the dangers that resulted when such ability was exercised without democratic accountability and moral restraint. The memorial that was eventually erected to honor Black family members who had chosen redemption over supremacy was modest in its physical presence, but profound in its symbolic significance, representing recognition that individual moral courage could triumph over inherited circumstances when such courage was informed by accurate understanding of human dignity and social responsibility. The inscription acknowledged both their supremacist legacy and their ultimate choice to serve principles that were larger than family tradition or personal advantage. But the most lasting memorial was not carved in stone, but lived in the breathing bodies of people whose freedom had been preserved through sacrifices that Black family rebels had chosen to make when confronted with evidence that their inherited ideology was incompatible with human dignity and magical society's long-term survival. The transformation they had achieved was incomplete but significant, representing possibility that even the most extremist traditions could be redeemed through individual choices that prioritized conscience over comfort. The influence of their example extended far beyond magical Britain to affect pure-blood families throughout international wizarding community, as their story provided evidence that supremacist ideology was not an inevitable consequence of magical ability and inherited advantage, but chosen response to circumstances that could be changed through education and individual moral development. The understanding that bloodline created opportunity rather than destiny influenced social changes that were more profound than any political victory could have achieved. The magical innovations that survived from their centuries of research and development were incorporated into democratic magical society in ways that preserved their technical value while eliminating their supremacist applications, demonstrating that knowledge itself was morally neutral and could serve democratic principles as effectively as it had served extremist ideology when properly understood and carefully applied. But perhaps the most important legacy was philosophical rather than technical, as their example demonstrated that redemption was possible for even the most compromised individuals and institutions. When moral courage was combined with accurate understanding of human nature and social responsibility, the transformation they had achieved provided hope that similar change might be possible for other extremist movements and ideologies that threatened democratic values and individual freedom throughout magical and non-magical worlds alike. The children who grew up in the shadow of their legacy inherited both burden and opportunity, as they carried responsibility for ensuring that lessons learned through centuries of conflict and sacrifice would continue to influence magical society's development in directions that honored individual dignity while preserving valuable traditions that enhanced rather than threatened human freedom and capability. As the 21st century brought new challenges and opportunities to magical society that had been transformed through struggle between democratic and supremacist forces, the Black family story served as a reminder that individual choices could influence historical outcomes in ways that transcended personal circumstances or inherited limitations, that moral courage could triumph over institutional pressure when such courage was informed by accurate understanding of what was truly at stake in conflicts between competing visions of human nature and social organization. The peace that their sacrifices had helped to achieve was not perfect or permanent, but it was genuine, purchased through recognition that some principles were worth dying for, and some transformations required abandonment of everything familiar in favor of possibilities that had never been tested, but whose potential justified risks that rational calculation might have rejected as excessive or unrealistic. The magical world that emerged from their century of conflict was more just and more free than anything their ancestors had imagined possible, demonstrating that progress was achievable when individual moral development was combined with institutional changes that reflected accurate understanding of human nature rather than ideological assumptions about superiority and inferiority that served narrow interests at the expense of collective welfare and individual dignity. In the quiet libraries where their story was preserved for future generations, scholars would debate the precise mechanisms through which such transformation had been accomplished, while also acknowledging that some changes transcended rational analysis to encompass mysteries of human nature that could be experienced, but never completely understood or replicated through systematic application of theoretical knowledge. But for those who had lived through the transformation personally, who had witnessed the choices that created change and paid prices that made such change meaningful, the most important understanding was simpler and more profound. That individual conscience could triumph over inherited circumstances when courage was informed by love rather than hatred, when sacrifice was motivated by hope rather than despair, when transformation was chosen rather than imposed through external pressure or institutional manipulation. The Black family tapestry that had once recorded only those whose loyalty to supremacist ideology was absolute was eventually restored to include names that had been burned away in anger and disappointment, acknowledging that family unity could be preserved through recognition of diversity rather than enforcement of conformity, that strength came from inclusion rather than exclusion, when such inclusion was based on shared values rather than simple tolerance of difference. The magical protections that surrounded the restored family records were designed to preserve accurate history rather than maintain ideological purity, ensuring that future generations would understand both achievements and failures that had characterized their ancestors' lives, while also providing examples of how individual choices could transcend inherited circumstances when moral conviction was strong enough to overcome social pressure and personal cost. But the most significant restoration was not of names or records, but of possibility that magical families could serve democratic principles while maintaining their essential identity and inherited capabilities. That tradition could be preserved through adaptation rather than destroyed through rigid adherence to assumptions that circumstances had proven to be false or harmful. The balance between conservation and innovation was delicate, but achievable when individual wisdom was combined with collective commitment to principles that transcended narrow self-interest. The young wizards who studied Black family history in the decades that followed understood that they were learning not just about particular bloodline, but about fundamental questions of human nature and social organization that would continue to challenge every generation that inherited magical ability and political responsibility. The lessons were complex and sometimes contradictory, but they provided foundation for making choices that could honor past achievements while also serving future welfare in ways that previous generations had not imagined possible. The memorial gardens that were eventually established at the sites of Black family properties served dual purpose of honoring those who had achieved redemption through sacrifice, while also providing physical reminder of costs that supremacist ideology had imposed on everyone whose lives were affected by its application. The plants and magical creatures that inhabited these spaces had been chosen for their symbolic significance rather than simple aesthetic value, creating environments that encouraged reflection about relationship between individual choices and collective outcomes. But perhaps the most profound memorial was not physical location, but living tradition of moral courage and individual conscience that Black family rebels had established through their example, inspiring others to choose principle over convenience when circumstances demanded such choice regardless of personal cost or social pressure. The influence of their transformation extended far beyond magical community to affect understanding of how extremist ideology could be countered through individual development rather than simply institutional opposition. The international recognition that their story received demonstrated that struggles between democratic and supremacist forces were not limited to particular communities or historical periods, but represented ongoing challenge that required constant vigilance and individual commitment to principles that could not be maintained through institutional mechanisms alone. The understanding that freedom required personal sacrifice from each generation that inherited it influenced educational programs and social policies throughout global magical community. The scholarly research that was conducted into mechanisms of ideological transformation revealed both the specific circumstances that had enabled Black family redemption and the general principles that might be applied to similar situations in other communities and historical contexts. The findings were complex and sometimes contradictory, but they provided foundation for understanding how extremist movements could be countered through approaches that addressed individual psychology rather than simply opposing political manifestations. But the most important insight was recognition that transformation required not just exposure to alternative ideas, but personal experience that demonstrated the practical consequences of different choices. That intellectual understanding was insufficient without emotional conviction that could only be developed through direct contact with evidence that challenged inherited assumptions about human nature and social organization. The magical innovations that were developed through study of Black family techniques and democratic responses created capabilities that enhanced both individual freedom and collective security, demonstrating that technical advancement could serve multiple objectives simultaneously. when guided by principles that reflected accurate understanding of human dignity and social responsibility, rather than narrow ideological commitments. The children who inherited this transformed magical world carried forward both opportunities and obligations that had been created through centuries of conflict and sacrifice. Understanding that their freedom had been purchased through prices that previous generations had paid, and that preserving such freedom would require similar commitment from their own generation when circumstances demanded moral courage, individual sacrifice in service of principles larger than personal comfort or family advantage. As the story of the Black family found its place in historical record that honored both their achievements and their failures, while also documenting the transformation that had been accomplished through individual choices to serve conscience rather than inheritance. The most lasting lesson was recognition that redemption was always possible for those willing to abandon comfortable certainties in favor of unknown possibilities that offered hope for justice and dignity that inherited circumstances had not provided. The peace that their sacrifices had helped to create was imperfect and fragile, requiring constant protection from those who understood that freedom was not natural condition, but achieved state that could be lost through complacency or destroyed through neglect of responsibilities that each generation inherited along with opportunities that previous conflicts had created, through struggle and sacrifice that exceeded anything that comfort-oriented thinking could comprehend or appreciate. In the end, the Black family's greatest achievement was not their accumulation of power or preservation of magical tradition, but their demonstration that individual transformation was possible when moral conviction was strong enough to overcome inherited circumstances, that redemption could be achieved through sacrifice that served principles larger than personal survival or family advancement, and that love could triumph over hatred when individual choice was guided by accurate understanding of human dignity rather than ideological assumptions about superiority and inferiority that served no one's true interests except those who profited from division and conflict. And so concludes the long and complex chronicle of the House of Black, young wizard, from their proud beginnings in the shadows of ancient magic to their final redemption through sacrifice and love. Theirs is a tale that reminds us how easily noble intentions can be corrupted by pride, and how even the darkest legacies can be transformed by those brave enough to choose differently. As you drift toward dreams, remember that every family tree contains both darkness and light, that redemption is always possible for those willing to pay its price, and that the choices we make echo through generations in ways we can barely imagine. The Black family's story teaches us that blood may determine our beginnings, but character determines our endings. Their constellation names shine now not as symbols of supremacy, but as reminders that even stars can choose new paths across the heavens when conscience guides them toward justice. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the magical world, children play safely because others chose love over hatred, sacrifice over comfort, hope over despair. In your dreams, may you find the courage of Sirius, the heroism of Regulus, the redemption of Andromeda, and the wisdom that comes from understanding that the most powerful magic of all is the choice to be better than those who came before us. Rest now in chambers, protected by those who learn that true nobility comes not from blood but from the daily decision to serve something greater than ourselves.